Alright, we're gonna get started with this here momentarily. Alright, let's get started with this live severe weather update here. This is Jacob Melton live here of West Michigan Weather. And the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning. This severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for portions of southeastern Ionia County, southwestern Clinton County, and northern portions of Eaton County on south central Michigan. And this severe thunderstorm warning goes until 4:45 p.m. here. Let me take off radar real quick, and we'll start with some locations that are in the warning. If you're near the Woodbury area, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. So is the Sunfield, Mulliken, and Grand Ledge areas. Also the Shaytown, Hoytville, and Mulliken areas as well. So is the Eagle, Wacusta, over towards Waverly areas. You are also in the severe thunderstorm warning. And this is primarily for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. We pop the radar back on here and look at the warning text. This warning goes until 4:45 p.m. this afternoon. At 4:03 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located 6 miles east of the Lake Odessa area, or 9 miles southwest of Portland, and this storm is moving off to the east at 35 miles per hour. Again, the primary hazard with this severe thunderstorm are 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and hail up to quarter size. This is radar indicated. Some locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include the Lansing area, especially the west side of Lansing, the Grand Ledge area, Edgemont Park, if you're near the Capital Region International Airport area, especially west of there, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. So is the Sebawa area, Sunfield, Mulliken, Waverly, Eagle, Woodbury, and Wacusta. If you are in this warning area, for your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building, preferably away from windows. So taking a look at the situation here, we've had the cell flare up over the last several minutes, and it has, with the instability in place today and the moisture, these storms have been flaring up quite quickly and have had a history of severe weather, especially to our north, especially for those of you north of the M46 corridor. We've had some active weather today. In fact, there are additional severe thunderstorm warnings out towards the thumb. But focusing on our storm that we're watching, that is near the Sunfield area, over towards the Sebawa Corners area, that will be heading towards the Mulliken area over the next few minutes as well. Again, this storm is moving off to the east at around 35 miles per hour. So if you're in the Woodbury area, this storm is now off to the worst of this storm is off to your east. Do remain inside for any residual lightning strikes, but the worst of this particular storm is off to your east. But again, the Sunfield area, over towards the Sebawa Corners area, near the Mulliken area, that is really where the thick of this storm is right now. Let's go over from the how hard is it raining mode here on radar. Let's take a look at the which way and how hard the wind is blowing mode. And there's really not anything extremely obvious. I do see a little bit of maybe a downburst signature near the Sebawa Corners area. That is where I would guess the highest wind potential would be. This is looking a few thousand feet up from the radar, so it is possible the winds are stronger at the surface than what is being shown here. And so that is near the Sebawa Corners area. That will be heading towards near the Frost Corners area and Eagle as well over the next several minutes. And we'll take a look at another product. Let's go back to reflectivity for a second. I don't have a header on this for just yet, but I will explain it. This is the vertical integrated liquid product. This helps us show storm strength and hail potential. And it's not extremely impressive, but I am seeing some hail indications there near the Sunfield area, over towards Cebawa Corners, and that will again be moving towards to Mulligan area, Hoytville, and eventually Eagle as well, and near the Frost Corners area as in addition to that. So we'll go back to reflectivity here and look at this radar scan. The heaviest part of this storm is now exiting the Sunfield area, although continue to remain inside for lightning potential. In the Mulligan area, you are entering the thick of it as we speak. Hoytville, looks like the heaviest part of this storm will pass a touch to your north, but definitely do remain inside due to potential for lightning. Frost Corners be inside, and then eventually Eagle, Wacusta, over towards the South Riley area, the Hidden Lake Estates community, Delta Mills, and Waverly over the next little while. It is your time to get inside as we have a strong to severe thunderstorm approaching. So, and then I will also note we do have an outflow boundary that has kind of been ejected from this storm. So if you're in the Shaytown, Little Venice areas, you might not be seeing the rain, but you're likely seeing winds got a little bit gusty as the rain-cooled air from this storm gets pushed out ahead of it. So this is one of those pulse type of storms that we were mentioning. We will also be discussing what's going on off to our west, heading from the Chicago area over the lake here in just a moment. And that would be some additional strong to severe storm potential we are watching as well. So once again, the Mulligan area, Cebawa Corners, you're in the thick of it right now. Likely seeing some heavy torrential downpours, frequent lightning, and probably some gusty winds, if not some hail potential as well. Going from this real quickly, we do have some additional strong but currently non-severe thunderstorms near the Battle Creek area stretching towards Olivet. This activity is not currently severe, but something we are continuing to watch as well. There is a broader special weather statement in effect from near the Portland area, stretching down towards the I-94 corridor from Battle Creek towards Marshall and Albion. There's a special weather statement in effect for this pop-up activity that expires about a half hour from now for the potential of penny-sized hail and winds up to 40 miles per hour. This came before this severe thunderstorm warning was issued for the cell near the Mulligan area. But moving on from that, we are watching some more strong to severe thunderstorms heading out over Lake Michigan as we speak, over towards the Chicago area. In fact, in the Chicago area, that severe thunderstorm warning has a considerable tag, and that is for the potential of 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Sheila asking on the Facebook chat, any chance Holland will get any rain? We're under a thunderstorm watch. Taking a look at the Holland area right now, we are seeing maybe some pop-up activity starting to flare up. North of Holland, we are watching them pop up. It's really gotten going in the last couple of minutes. There's some shower activity to the west as well. We are also watching this big complex of showers and storms that have fired off to our southwest near the Chicago area. Taking a loop at it, I do think the better activity from that will remain just to the south of Holland. But Holland area proper, I would not rule out maybe a pop-up shower or storm, or unless this activity gets a little more organized, then I wouldn't rule out some storm activity in the Holland area. But as of right now, if current trends hold, I do think the bulk of the strongest activity will be remaining to your south. However, since you are under a severe thunderstorm watch, do continue to remain weather aware and be alert. If you do hear thunder roar, get indoors. But again, I do think the bulk of the rain activity as of right now will remain just south of the Holland area, but it is something we will be continuing to watch over the next several hours. But anyway, we are watching this activity, which has special marine warnings over the lake, and those are for winds of over 40 to 50, potentially over near or over 50 knots. So this is activity we'll be watching as well. Primarily south of the I-96 corridor, I think has the best potential from this activity. And especially as you get closer to I-94 corridor, I think once you get closer to I-94 corridor and point south is where we'll be watching for the potential of additional severe weather activity from this complex of strong to severe thunderstorms currently moving from the Chicago area over Lake Michigan. That is also moving, looping it here, mainly due east, perhaps a touch north of due east, but more of an easterly component to this as well. So eventually heads up for like South Haven, up towards the Douglas area, down towards Benton Harbor, and maybe New Buffalo Township as well down the line. This is an early heads up for you. We will have some additional shower and thunderstorm activity, which may be on the strong to severe side as well. Sheila in chat saying, thank you, we need rain so bad. I do definitely agree there. I know the Holland area hasn't had much luck in the rainfall department lately. And unless things change, honestly, I don't see too much of a good rain potential. But I'm not going to completely lose hope. But as of right now, with current radar trends, I do think the better stuff will be passing south of Holland. But again, something could pop up and change that, so that's something we'll be watching. So we're going to go back over to our severe thunderstorm warning. And honestly, this cell, it's not looking quite as impressive, at least on the reflectivity side of things from the last few minutes. And again, that's just the nature of these cells out ahead of the main complex, so heading over Lake Michigan. These have been the pulse up type of storms today, which they pulse up, and then they pulse up, and then as they collapse themselves, that's how you get the damaging wind gusts from the downbursts as they begin to weaken. The rain-cooled air from the storms push down, and then they spread out rather quickly as they hit the ground, and that's how you get your 40, 50, 60 mile per hour damaging wind gusts. So again, the strongest part of this storm is passing near the Molokan area. We'll be heading into Eagle area over the next few minutes as well. And then eventually, again, if the storm continues to hold strength towards the Wacusta, South Riley, over towards Delta Mills and Waverly over the next few minutes as well. We'll take another look at velocity on this storm. And it looks like they are updating the severe thunderstorm warning. Again, if there is going to be higher wind, I am watching near the Eagle area and also near the Molokan area as well. We will be watching for at least the potential of some gustier to potential damaging winds. Again, not looking super impressive, at least from the Grand Rapids radar. I'll take a peek at the Detroit radar. And actually, now that I say that, it looks like the Molokan area is where I'm seeing the highest wind potential over towards Hoytville. Again, this is several thousand feet up from the radar, but I am seeing a 50 to 55 mile per hour winds being indicated. That is again about 6,000 feet up and higher up. But as the storm continues to collapse on itself, that can be pushed down to the surface. So let's go over. And I will also mention we have upper level rotation being indicated as well. That just means the whole storm itself is rotating. Not necessarily tornado potential. I will mention tornado potential overall isn't too awfully high. But however, earlier today we did have a tornado warning up near the Sheboygan area. And there is damage reported just to the west of there that may have been a possible tornado damage. Again, that will be up to the National Weather Service up in Gaylord to determine that. But that just goes to show, even on the days where we don't have a tornado risk area outlined by the Storm Prediction Center, it's less than 2%, not 0. And sometimes you can get storm scale interactions, or in this case, we have MCVs that can enhance the shear just enough, the low level shear just enough to do a little bit of a business that can cause them to drop a very brief tornado as well. Again, the chance of that is rather low, today, but something we will be watching considering what was going on across northern lower earlier today. So again, I will mention that as we posted earlier before we went live, parts of the area are under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that is for mainly areas near and south of the I-96 corridor. I'll outline it here. I know a lot of colors on the map, so I'll outline it here to make it a little bit easier. So if you're in the area I am outlining here, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch, and that goes until 10 p.m. tonight. And that is for the potential for scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and also isolated instances of hail up to quarter size. Oops, let me redraw that. But anyways, it's going to be a rough outline here, but if you are in the red outline I am drawing here, again, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. this evening. So that is for the Grand Haven, Grand Rapids area over towards Lansing, also the Jackson, Hillsdale, Coldwater area, over towards Sturgis and Three Rivers, over towards Benton Harbor and South Haven, the Holland area, as we just mentioned, and Kalamazoo as well. You are under a severe thunderstorm watch. That again goes until 10 p.m. this evening, and that is primarily again for the potential scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, which the SPC indicated is likely. So, and that will especially be with this main complex heading over Lake Michigan right now, which I think has the best chance of those winds approaching 70 miles per hour. These cells out of it would probably be more in the 40, 50, maybe 60 mile per hour winds on an isolated basis. So, and then it is also these pop-up cells, which in my opinion has a slightly better chance of hail approaching quarter size. Again, that will be on an isolated basis and not really too much of a concern, but I would not be totally surprised to see an isolated 1-inch hail report out and about, especially across southwest lower Michigan. We're in the severe thunderstorm watch. Let me zoom in here. I will say we are seeing a couple 60 dBz pixels. This is elevated, but a few 60 dBz pixels over Lake Michigan there. If you're looking northwest from New Buffalo Township on the map here, that is the area I'm referencing. I'll take a look from another radar though. And the Chicago radar, in fact, is showing it as well. Let me clear out that watch outline I drew up. But anyway, I am seeing again a similar picture near the north. If you're looking from New Buffalo Township northwest on the map, that is the overall area we're looking at. For maybe some hail potential, but that's over the lake. That's something we'll be continuing to monitor as it heads off to just north of due east, but mainly east. Taking one more look at our severe thunderstorm warning, I will say it was updated not too long ago. So if you're in the Sunfield area, Little Venice, the Shaytown area over towards Woodbury, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. You are clear at least from this particular storm. We will have to see what the stuff off to our west does as it moves into the area later. But at least from this particular storm, your severe threat is clear for right now. The bulk of this storm is passing through the Eagle area right now. Over towards Waukusta is beginning to move in. And just north of the Grand Ledge areas where the bulk of this is moving, that will be heading towards the South Riley, the Hidden Lake Estates community, and over towards Delta Mills as well. Taking a look again at our velocity product. Again, we do continue with at least some mid to upper level rotation. It's very weak. I don't see any tornado potential at this time. Although we do see the outflow boundary kind of interacting with this, which I do think kind of made the storm pulse up a little bit more as well. But again, if there's going to be wind, I do think it'll be near the Eagle area over towards Waukusta and then Grand Ledge as well. You're also seeing some gustier winds. But mainly the Eagle heading towards Waukusta area I do think has the higher wind potential. at least at this point in time. Let's go over the Detroit radar, and even that's backed off ever so slightly, but still seeing a few higher wind pixels up to around or over 40 miles per hour near the Grand Ledge area, and then also northwest of the Eagle area. But again, that is looking a little bit higher up than the Grand Rapids radar. So, and again, just because it doesn't look too impressive here at radar level, that does not mean it's been pushed down and it's not gustier at the surface. So, again, we do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning as we go back to reflectivity for the next 18 minutes. They did back off the hail from quarter to less than 3/4 of an inch now. That is a good sign as the storm continues to pulse down. So it's backed off on the hail, but we do continue with the severe thunderstorm warning, primarily for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, if anyone watching, especially in the Sunfield towards Mulliken areas, and Eagle right now, and especially then Wachusett and South Riley down the line, if any of you are watching this and you do have a damage report, storm or damage report to pass along to us, please go ahead and do so. That would be greatly appreciated. You can do that. You could do that in the social media chat. We are monitoring that. You can also tag us on social media as well. And we also have a website to where you can submit those storm reports as well. And that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Again, that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. And that is where you can submit those storm reports to us. So again, feel free to do it on social media or on our website. And again, at www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Those reports are greatly appreciated as that helps us out and will also help our friends at the National Weather Service. Again, we only want those reports if you can do so safely. I remind you again, I'd rather see a damage report after the fact than to put yourself in danger in the middle of the storm trying to get a storm report to us. So, again, if you can do so safely, those storm reports will help us out greatly today as well. So, taking a look at radar again, the newest scan continues to show, and it looks like they might have just canceled the warning. Let me double check on that. Double check here. It just dropped off here, so we'll see what they did with that here in just a moment. They did cancel the severe thunderstorm warning for Clinton, Eaton, and Ionia counties. The severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for this storm has been canceled. So, again, that is what I was suspecting would happen as the storm continued to pulse down. Our severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect has been canceled. And let me pull up the text update on that. The severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Ionia, southwestern Clinton, and northeastern Eaton counties is canceled. The storm which prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits and no longer poses a immediate threat to life or property. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. However, gusty winds over 40 miles per hour still remain possible with this thunderstorm. So that is a heads up as it continues to move into southern Clinton County. The storm is no longer at severe limits, but you could still see some gusty winds, some heavier downpours, and some lightning as well. So do continue to remain indoors near the Wachusett area, eventually and then South Riley over towards the Hidden Lake Estates community, over towards the DeWitt, East DeWitt, Gunsonville, and Clinton Village area over the next several minutes. The storm is below severe limits, but still producing lightning, heavy downpours, and potential gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour. So definitely continue to remain inside. We are watching this storm that has flared up near the Eaton Rapids area over towards Brookfield. This is kind of in that area we've been watching. There's another storm that might be trying to get going, so producing quite a bit of lightning. So Brookfield, Charlesworth over towards Eaton Rapids, the Petryville area over towards Onondaga over the next little while. definitely head indoors. We don't have any active warnings or anything like that with this storm at this time. There's another storm we are continuing to watch as well. No particularly high signs of high winds or anything like that at this time, but something we'll be watching as well as that eventually moves out of Eaton County into southern Ingham County as well. So just an early heads up for southeastern Eaton and southern Ingham counties, especially near and south of the M36 corridor there. That is something we are going to be watching as well, in case this storm does pulse up. Let me just double check. Make sure we don't have any reports coming in. I will say at 4:30, this report's just coming down the wire now. A 44-mile-per-hour wind gust at the 1 mile south-southwest of Springfield. That is the Battle Creek ASOS, I do believe. Yep, that's the Battle Creek one. That is a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust which occurred at 4:01 p.m. So that is again one of these pulse storms that pulse up and then quickly pulse down. That is how you get your strong wind gusts, and we had a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust there at the W.K. Kellogg Airport, Battle Creek Airport there. The automated weather station there reported a 44-mile-per-hour wind gust just after 4 p.m. at 4:01 p.m. So, again, there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings currently across the West Michigan weather coverage area, but we are continuing to watch some of these pulse-up storm activity as it continues to continues to move off to the east. We'll have to watch any of these storms that do pulse up, as they could briefly reach severe limits, most probably with, again, wind gusts of 40 to 60 miles per hour, and maybe a brief period of quarter-size hail as well on these pulse-up storms. Otherwise, we are also continuing to watch this activity over Lake Michigan that will be arriving on shore over the next couple of hours. And that is primarily and this will primarily carry a damaging wind threat as well, maybe some hail as well. But the primary threat with this activity will be scattered damaging wind gusts between 55 and 70 miles per hour as this activity continues to move east towards the Lake Michigan shoreline over the next hour or two. Another thing I will talk about, and I'll go ahead and highlight that. We are also concerned about locally heavy rainfall, and it's already becoming evident here that we do have storms beginning to train a little bit over the lake. I'm trying to highlight that now. Is those storms over Lake Michigan, we are already seeing signs of them beginning to train. And with the abundant moisture, if you notice how humid it is today, we've had plenty of moisture out there for these storms to work with. So in addition to the damaging wind threat, we also have to be concerned about locally heavy rainfall, which could result in some areas of localized flooding as well. I think the best chance for that, again, will be towards the I-94 corridor, potentially up to maybe near the I-96 corridor as well. But I do think the I-94 corridor, based on current radar trends, stands the best chance of that happening as well. Which I'll go ahead and show you the outlooks here in the meantime. So we'll pause that. We'll go over to the outlooks. See if I can hide these warnings. Give me just a minute. Bear with me while I try to get the. Oh, shit. Okay. Hide these warnings for a bit of a clearer look. But we'll start with the severe weather outlook. We do maintain a level 2 out of 5 slight risk, and that stretches from, we'll say, the Norton Shores area over towards the Millbrook area and to the points south and east. You do remain under a level 2 out of 5 slight risk for severe weather, and that is primarily carried again. And then we also, as primarily again for damaging wind gusts, what's been carrying the slight risk. We also do still have a level 1 out of 5 marginal risk north of the Norton Shores to Millbrook area line I previously indicated. So if you're north of the Norton Shores over towards Mount Pleasant, And if your area is north of that, your severe risk is a little bit lower. Not completely zero, but with the activity that passed through earlier across northern lower Michigan, I do think the severe threat has backed off from earlier up there. Not fully zero just yet, but definitely on the lower side of things. It is primarily the slight risk area that we will be focusing for continued severe potential. And if I had to be honest with you, if I go through with what radar trends I've been doing, it's the area I'm going to be highlighting here that we will have to watch for continued severe weather potential. So that is mainly southwest lower, near and south of the I-96 corridor, which carries the best potential for continued severe weather. And then we will have to especially pay attention to areas near the I-94 corridor, as that complex of strong to severe thunderstorms over the lake continues to move through our area as well over the next several hours. In addition, this is a slight risk, and this again is primarily driven by potential for damaging by a 15% probability of damaging wind gusts in the yellow shading. If you want to think about it positively, that's an 85% chance that you won't see damaging winds. So again, a 15% probability you will see damaging winds within 25 miles of a given point. So by that, we will say Grand Rapids, anywhere within 25 miles of Grand Rapids could see a damaging wind gust or wind damage. Kalamazoo area, again, 25 miles within 25 miles of there, you could see a damaging wind gust. Then we'll do the same up here in the brown shading. That is a 5% wind risk. So we'll say Big Rapids, anywhere within 25 miles of Big Rapids, you do have a 5% chance of a damaging wind gust. Then same goes for the Ludington area as well. Again, 5% chance of a damaging wind gust. So I know it's a little bit confusing, but it's a probability-based system. And if you want to think about it in a positive way, in the yellow shading, that is a 85% chance it won't happen. And the 5% risk area, that is a 95% chance you don't see a damaging wind gust as well, for those of you that want to think about it positively. I will say in the latest hail outlook, they are still maintaining mainly over the US 10 corridor in points north and east is where they're maintaining a 5% hail risk. However, with them having the severe thunderstorm watch mention quarter-size hail, I do honestly think we will just go ahead and say across most of the area, we are watching for the low end potential of a large hailstone up to around quarter size. Again, the environment isn't necessarily there for large hail, but you could still get on a more widespread basis. But I do think we still could get instances of at least small hail, and isolated large hailstone could not be fully ruled out to around quarter size once again. Go into tornado potential. There is nothing showing up on the map here. That means the tornado potential is less than 2%. However, as I mentioned earlier, the tornado warning earlier today up near the Sheboygan area, in northern lower, that is just something that just goes to show that just because there's not a tornado area outlined here in the outlook, that does not mean the threat is zero. It's just less than 2%. Or if you want to think about it positively, that's a greater than 98% chance you don't see a tornado. So again, I do think the primary risk continues to be damaging wind gusts, and then maybe a lower end risk for maybe an isolated large hailstone. And then unlikely near zero, but we do have to still watch maybe for the potential of a brief spin up tornado. However, we don't really have the shear or any in place for a tornado threat. The low level wind shear is not really there for the most part, but you could still get storm scale interactions that could create a very, very minimal chance of a brief spin up tornado. Near zero, but not zero. And then the other thing I will discuss again is that heavy rainfall threat. We do continue with the vast majority of the area under a level 1 out of 4 marginal risk of flooding, of excessive rainfall resulting in flash flooding. That is in this bright green shading. But for those of you in portions of Berrien County, and far, far southwestern corner of Van Buren County. Well, mainly Berrien County, you see the yellow shading here. So that's Bossier and Benton Harbor over towards New Buffalo and Niles. You are in a level 2 out of 4 slight risk of flash flooding for this afternoon and evening. And that is, again, as this complex storms over the lake, if I go back to radar, continues to move off to the east, we will need to watch for areas of heavier rainfall that could result in flash flooding. And that is in addition to the severe weather threat as well. So we'll take one more radar tour. Let me get the warnings back up. Find a keyboard shortcut of that again. Still kind of learning this software over time, so Alt-Shift-W, that gets the warnings back up. There we go. So again, we do continue with special marine warnings along this complex of storms, stretching from near the Douglas and Ganges Township area over towards near South Haven, off to the west of Benton Harbor and New Buffalo over Lake Michigan. We are continuing to watch strong to severe thunderstorms that have had a history of severe weather near the Chicago area. As this continues to move off to the east, I would not completely rule out continued at least special weather statements, if not severe thunderstorm warnings, as these continue to move onshore over the next hour or so. Maybe a little bit less than an hour. So I do think within the next half hour to an hour, these storms will be beginning to move onshore. They are starting to move onshore near the Ganges and Douglas areas. Nothing extremely impressive at this time. Let me double check velocity as a matter of fact. Nothing extremely impressive with this activity showing up. But definitely some heavier rainfall, some cloud-to-ground lightning. So if you're in the Ganges and Douglas areas at least, definitely a good time to start considering heading inside with these storms again move towards your area over the next little while. But our stronger storms continue over Lake Michigan. Let me take a look from Chicago. Nothing. I will say some higher winds there east of Chicago. That is where some of these brighter reds are showing up. That is higher winds. North of Gary, Indiana. That's just them continuing the special marine warning. That is a few thousand feet up. I am seeing winds over 50 miles per hour. Now we'll take a look at it from northern Indiana. There we go. Northern Indiana radar is actually doing a little bit better job of showing us the high wind potential, as a matter of fact. The brighter green here, that is winds up to around 45 miles per hour being indicated northwest of the Benton Harbor and Shoreham areas, north of New Buffalo, and then back here east of Chicago. Again, this is several thousand feet up, over 8,000 feet. But again, winds over 50 miles per hour continue to be indicated with this activity as well from the northern Indiana radar. So let's go back to reflectivity on all this. And again, as these storms continue to move off to the east, onshore over the next hour or so, we'll be watching for damaging wind potential and also heavy rainfall potential again that could be resulting in some potential for flash flooding. Because if nothing else, we have lots and lots of moisture for these storms to work with. That's how you can get very heavy rainfall rates. So we'll go back to Grand Rapids. I'm still carrying it right now. Yes, I was kind of just hanging on since I know these storms are getting on shore soon. I don't want to have to get off and then come right back on, So, but yes, do you have anything you want to mention, Jonah?
Down to 34 knots, but the line is still showing some stronger wind gusts. They're kind of off and on wind gusts, so we'll have to see what happens when they get a little bit closer to shore here.
Yeah. Thank you for the update there, Jonah. much appreciated. So anyway, as Jonah was indicating, they did continue their special marine warning there. The Northern Indiana office continued their special marine warning for winds up to or over 50 knots, which I think is the right call considering the state of these storms on radar. So again, that will be a heads up for those of you at least in Berrien County as well. There very well could be, if these storms continue their strength, at least a higher end special weather statement, if not a severe thunderstorm warning, as these storms continue to move off to the east over the next hour or so. I do think they'll be arriving, in fact, within the next half hour, if not sooner. I do think they're going to start to arrive in the Benton Harbor and Shoreham areas. So if you're near the Benton Harbor, Shoreham areas over towards Stevensville, I would consider heading inside at this point. If you're near to the north, if you're near the Douglas and Ganges area, if for no other reason than the crowd ground lightning and heavier downpours, I say it's a good time to start heading indoors as well. You're likely seeing lighter rainfall begin to push into these areas, but the heaviest rainfall is just offshore and will be arriving in your area over the next several minutes. Holland area, unfortunately, it does look like you're getting gapped by this, at least as of right now. Unless we get something else to pop up, unfortunately, the Holland area is going to miss out from the worst from the rain from this one, which I know we still need rain, but out in that area, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it this time either, unfortunately. Taking a look at our pop-up storms that we've been continuing to watch, we are tracking a stronger storm, it looks like, near the St. John's area. Heading into the St. John's area near Riley, we are watching perhaps a little bit of a stronger storm there. Let's take a look at Velas. In fact, they just did plop down a special weather statement on it, as a matter of fact, for portions of Clinton County. That is for 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts is primarily for this special weather statement. Bear with me here. I'll be able to get the text on it. Oops. There we go. Okay. Strong thunderstorm will impact portions of northeastern Clinton County. This special weather statement goes until 5:15. At 4:47 p.m., Doppler radar was tracking a strong thunderstorm near the St. John's area, and that was moving off to the east at around 25 miles per hour. Once again, the primary hazard of this strong thunderstorm is winds in excess of 40 miles per hour, which is radar indicated. Gusty winds could knock down tree limbs and roll around unsecured objects. Some of these locations impacted by this include the St. John's area, over towards the Elsie area, and Ovid as well. If you are outdoors, consider seeking shelter inside a building. And as another reminder, a severe thunderstorm watch remains in effect until 10 p.m. this evening for south central Michigan. So again, that is with this storm here we're watching near the St. John's area. That'll be moving in over the next couple of minutes. We do have the potential of wind gusts exceed up in excess or up to or over 40 miles per hour of this storm. Heaviest part of this storm is northeast of the Riley area, heading into St. John's over the next few minutes. I am going to inspect this. I do see a 58 DBZ pixels, so that is getting up there a little bit. We'll take a look at velocity as well real quickly. And I do think if there is going to be higher wind, it's going to be up in this area I'm highlighting here. That's kind of where our downburst signature is, maybe a little bit of upper level rotation. But again, gusty winds up to 40 miles per hour is possible of the storm. Let's take a look at CC, make sure I'm not missing any hail. Maybe a little bit, but nothing extremely large, I don't think, at this point in terms of hail. Pop over to reflectivity and then go to the vertically integrated liquid product. I will say, although it's not highlighted in the statement, I do think there could be at least some small hail potential heading towards the St. John's area as well over the next several minutes. You can see kind of the red core there, the orange reddish core there. That is where we could be seeing the potential for some small hail as well. But again, the primary potential of this storm continues to be winds up to 40 miles per hour. So if you're in the St. John's area over towards Price, the Westchester Heights community, Shepherdsville, over towards Ovid, the Duplain area, and Elsie, now is the time to head indoors as we do have a strong, currently not severe, but something we are watching, a strong thunderstorm with at least cloud to ground lightning and heavy downpours, if not some gusty winds and small hail. Again, this is moving into the St. John's area as we speak, and it's now a good time to head indoors, most preferably in a sturdy structure until let this storm pass on through. We are watching another cell, not severe at this time, near the East Lansing and Meridian area, east of the Michigan State University campus. Nolan in the YouTube chat is asking, will Irving be hit? Let me get my bearings on where that is. Berry County. Okay. So, Berry County. Berry County, I do think you may catch the northern brunt of of our main complex of storms we've been watching over the lake. So I do think you could catch the northern brunt of this. None of that appears to be severe at this time, but we are watching that closely. But the Irving area, down the line, I do think you could get some shower and thunderstorm activity. Whether it is severe or not remains to be seen, but that is, I would expect over the next couple of hours, this main complex we've been watching move over Lake Michigan. As that moves on shore, I do expect some shower and thunderstorm activity there within the next couple of hours. Whether it's severe or not remains to be seen. Remember, you are under a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. But just be weather aware for sure over the next few hours. As these storms begin to move in. So again, we do have some additional activity that has flared up over the last few minutes, excuse me, near the Dowagiac area, over towards the Decatur area. We have seen some shower and thunderstorm activity start to flare up there as well, ahead of the main complex of storms. Again, all these storms ahead of the main complex, these are the pulse type storms. They pulse up, and then as they collapse back down to the surface, that's how you can get some gustier winds between 40 to 60 miles per hour as the rain cooled air rushes down as the storm kind of collapses in on itself. The rain cooled air rushes down, hits the surface quickly, and then will spread out quickly. That's how you get the 40 to 50, maybe 60 mile per hour gusts on an isolated basis. It does look like, there it goes. Just an update to the severe thunderstorm watch on this system. So again, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch from areas near and south of the I-96 corridor. So from from Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties south, you are in a severe thunderstorm watch. You remain under that until 10 p.m. this evening. So, again, the primary hazards are going to be scattered, damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, and the Storm Prediction Center, again, has highlighted that in the likely in their watch. So, I do think we will see at least some damaging wind potential, and also isolated large hail instances up to quarter size will be possible. Again, I don't think large hail is a particularly big threat, but especially with these pulse storms, I would not be surprised to see an isolated large hailstone somewhere. And then the tornado threat, as I was mentioning earlier, continues to be on the negligible side of things, but not fully zero. So for those of you that are just tuning in here, this is Jacob Melton live streaming here with West Michigan Weather. I will also say that we do have Jonah out in the field as well. That will be down the line towards He's heading down towards the I-94 corridor, and now he'll be catching up to these main complex of storms over to Lake Michigan as they continue to move in towards our area over the next few hours. So we will be taking that live. We will be taking his view live from time to time as well. So again, we have no active severe thunderstorm warnings at this time across our area, but we do have special marine warnings and also special weather statements in effect for these strong thunderstorms as they continue to either push through or push towards the area over the next several hours. So we'll start with our special weather statement storm near the St. John's area, in fact over St. John's right now. The heaviest activity is near St. John's, heading over towards the Duplain area and eventually Ovid as well. This is a special weather statement for wind gusts up to or in excess of 40 miles per hour. And that is again in the St. John's area, heading towards the Duplain, Ovid, and Elsie area over the next several minutes. If you are in the Riley area, this storm I would say I would remain inside, honestly, just for a few more minutes. Let the storm continue to push away to get rid of the lightning danger. But from this storm, you are likely clear from it. But again, it is the St. John's area over towards Price, the Duplain and Shepherdsville area, over towards the Westchester Heights, Ovid, and Elsie. If you are near Sleepy Hollow State Park, also is the time to be inside, considering at least the lightning danger from this storm as well. So we'll take a look at velocity again on it, and I do think the gustier winds will be right over the St. John's area as we speak. And we'll take a look from the Detroit radar. Yeah, I do think it's in that general area where the strongest winds are going to be. Not severe limits at this point, I don't think, but definitely some potential for gusty winds up to or in excess of 40 miles per hour. Be interesting if anyone is watching out there. If you have a guesstimate what's going on there, please do let us know, either on chat. And then this also goes not only from these storms, but the rest of the storms that we had this afternoon and evening. If you do have any storm or damage reports from these storms, definitely feel free to report that to us. You can do that in our social media chat on the platform you are watching, which we are live on Facebook, YouTube, X, and Twitch as well. We are live on those platforms. So if you want to submit that in the chat on those platforms, please do feel free to do so. We are monitoring chat here. You can also tag us on social media on Facebook or Twitter and whatnot. We are monitoring that too. And we also have a website where you can submit those storm reports, and that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Again, that link is going to be www.westmichiganweather.net/report. And that is where you can submit those storm reports to us. Again, that would be greatly appreciated. Not only help us out, but our friends at the National Weather Service as well. So we're going to take a look again at this activity over the lake. I will say I was peeking before I switch to go back to velocity on it. Grand Rapids radar is picking up on a pocket of potential higher winds moving north of the Benton Harbor area. That will eventually be moving towards the Lake Michigan Beach, Braywood area, the Palisades Park, and Linden Hills area as well. We are seeing a pocket of potential higher winds. This is a few thousand feet up, around 5,500 feet from the radar site at the Grand Rapids Airport there. But again, we are seeing some pockets of potential higher winds that will be moving towards the areas I indicated. So that's Lake Michigan Beach, over towards the Braywood area, up towards the Linden Hills area as well. Just heads up, we are watching some signs of higher winds, at least from the Grand Rapids radar. We'll peek over at the Northern Indiana radar. Not quite as impressive there, but still some signs of maybe some gusty winds there as well. And maybe a little, at least on northern Indiana radar, perhaps a little bit of rotation there as well. Again, not necessarily tornadic, but something we are watching. Could be maybe some a little bit of noise as well, but definitely some signs of gustier winds there that'll be moving on shore near the Lake Michigan beach area over the next few minutes. So if you are in, there are no active warnings or anything like that at this time. But if you're near the Lake Michigan beach area over towards the Braywood area, I would say now is a good time if you haven't already get indoors, as we do have storms approaching with the potential for gusty to potentially damaging winds, in addition to the torrential rainfall and frequent cloud ground lightning. Let's go back to reflectivity on it. And then we are also continuing to watch this pop-up storm activity has really flared up there north of the Dowagiac area over towards Decatur, the Keeler area as well, over towards the Frittsburg and Lawton areas as well. You're seeing some heavier downpours. At least on this system, not much in the way of lightning at this time, but it does not mean it's not there. So definitely do want to continue to be inside in these areas as well. And then we're also watching additional cell near the Battle Creek area once again, over towards the Penfield area, and in the Walnut Point area as well, north of the Waddles Park area. This is not severe or anything like that, but likely some heavier downpours at the very least, if not some lightning as well. And it looks like we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now coming down the wire there for northern portions of Berrien County. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming
Severe
in.
thunderstorm warning for northern Berrien.
Yep, seeing that now. Thank you, Jonah. And so, yep, that is a severe thunderstorm warning there for northern Berrien County until 5:30 this evening. And let me pull up the details on that here in just a second. And the National Weather Service in northern Indiana has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern Berrien County and southwest Michigan. Again, that goes until 5:30 p.m. this late afternoon into early evening. At 5:01 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Lake Michigan Beach or near the Benton Heights area, moving off to the east at around 40 miles per hour. Primary hazard with this is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, with the source on that being radar indicated. Potential impacts from this storm: expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Locations impacted include the Benton Harbor area, St. Joseph, the Benton Heights area, the Waterville area, the Coloma area, Lake Michigan Beach, Paw Paw Lake, Riverside, and the Millburg area. This also includes Interstate 196 between mile markers 0 and 7, and Interstate 94 in Michigan between mile markers 33 and 42. So I would avoid travel along the Interstate I-196, and Interstate 94 as well in the severe thunderstorm warning area. Precautionary preparedness actions. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So again, severe thunderstorm warning for northeastern portions of Berrien County. I will take off the radar here just for a moment so we can see some locations in it a little bit clearer. So the Benton Harbor area, the Millburg area, the Bainbridge Center area we'll say you're in, the Waterville area again, the Coloma area, Riverside, Lake Michigan Beach, and also Paw Paw Lake and Little Paw Paw Lake. You are also in this severe thunderstorm warning, again for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Get the radar back on here. Heaviest part of this storm is moving over to Lake Michigan Beach and Riverside areas as we speak. Benton Harbor, the heaviest part of this is scooching just to your north, but you're still seeing some heavier downpours and definitely some cloud ground lightning potential as well, so do continue to remain indoors. You also have other storms off to your south and west that will be moving in over the next little while as well. So we'll go over the velocity now once again. This is from the northern Indiana radar, but I do think the highest wind potential is there near the Riverside area, heading towards the Lake Michigan Beach area. That is where this green area is. That is where your damaging wind potential is. Let me go over from the Grand Rapids radar, which I think is doing a little bit better job of showing the higher wind, which also heads up in the Van Buren County as well. There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning now for Van Buren County as well, also for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So back to
Severe
reflectivity.
thunderstorm warning for all of Van Buren County as well.
Yep, I do see that. Appreciate it. So, yep, as I was saying, severe thunderstorm warning now, and what Jonah has said, all of Van Buren County, and that goes until 6 o'clock this evening. Severe thunderstorm warning again for all of Van Buren County until 6 o'clock. And this is until at 5:05 p.m. Reading off the warning text from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm was located again near the Lake Michigan Beach area, or 9 miles to the north of Benton Heights, moving off again to the east at around 40 miles per hour. Hazard 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, although we also have the potential of penny-sized hail, below severe limits but still notable. That is radar indicated. Once again, the impacts include expect potential damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted, according to the warning text, are South Haven, the Paw Paw area, Hartford, Matawan, the Lawton area, Bangor, Decatur, Van Buren State Park, Lake Michigan Beach, Pine Grove, the Covert area, Keeler, the Lawrence area, the Gobbles area, Bloomingdale, Breedsville, Glendale, Grand Junction, Kendall, and the South Haven area regional airport, I do believe that is. Yes, the South Haven area regional airport. You are also in the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me take off radar again really quickly, just so we can get a clear idea on who's in. So again, South Haven area, you are in this severe thunderstorm warning. So is the Covert area, Hartford, the Keeler area, Decatur, the Paw Paw area as well, the Almena area, Pine Grove, and Breensville. Again, the Bangor area as well. Zooming a little bit more, we got the Grand Junction area, Bloomingdale, Kendall, the Glendale area, the Frittsburg, Keeler, and Decatur area, and Matawan as well. You are under this severe thunderstorm warning until 6 o'clock, and that again is for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, you can actually kind of see it on the reflectivity here. You can see how it's kind of bowing out a little bit here. That is the rear inflow winds pushing the rain out ahead of it. That is where you're getting the damaging wind. That's how you get the damaging wind potential there. And this is from the Grand Rapids radar. We'll switch back over to velocity. And again, we are seeing damaging wind potential that will be heading in this portions of Van Buren County over the next several minutes. So again, if you're near the Riverside area, Millburg, over towards Lake Michigan Beach, up towards the Braywood and Linden Hills area, that is where I think we have the best chance of damaging winds over the next few minutes. That will be heading towards and also we'll say Crystal Beach and South Haven as well. Given you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, you do want to play it safe and head indoors inside a sturdy structure, preferably away from windows and on the lowest floor. That will be in the Covert, West Bangor, and Hartford areas over the next few minutes as well. And I do think we might have a little bit of broad rotation. Let me just double check that in another source just to make sure. But yes, we are seeing some signs of some broad rotation, which I will highlight. Again, not necessarily tornadic, but that is where we're watching some signs of broad rotation as well, just west of the Linden Hills area. is moving just like that, just north of due east. So the Linden Hills area up towards Crystal Beach, over towards the Covert and West Bangor areas. We are seeing some signs of broad rotation as well, which mainly I think would just enhance the damaging wind potential a little bit. But as we've seen in northern lower Michigan earlier today, that's sometimes can spin up enhanced damage either from damaging winds or a brief tornado. I have not heard from the National Weather Service in Gaylord about what happened up
Jacob,
there.
I'm going to be stopping here. I'm in Cass County. I'm going to be setting up my stream. Looks like I might have the beginnings of a shelf cloud here from my location.
All right, clear on that. Let me know when you are live, and I will get that pulled up. All right.
Will do.
All right. So if you just overheard Jonah there, he is in Cass County. And we'll be getting the camera set up. He might have the beginnings of a shelf cloud. We'll be able to
And
pull that up.
severe thunderstorm warning for all of Berrien County now as well. Um, this is for 60-mile-per-hour winds as well.
Yep. So, all right, clear. So, all right, as you just heard Jonah there, severe thunderstorm warning now in effect for the rest of Berrien County as well. This severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, I pull it up here. New severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Berrien County until 5:45 late this afternoon. That is again for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That's been the general theme of these warnings so far today. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And again, this goes until 5:45 this afternoon. I will say the storm motion on these storms, at least according to the warnings, rather quickly, moving to the east at 70 miles per hour per the National Weather Service. So these storms are moving quickly, which might help the flooding potential a little bit, but still. But again, there's a severe thunderstorm warning for the rest of Berrien County. Remember, the northeastern portion was included in an earlier warning, but now the rest of the county is in a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:45 this afternoon for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At 5:11 p.m., excuse me, I'm going to drink really quick. There we go. Anyways, at 5:11 p.m., severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from 17 miles northwest of Shorewood to Tower Hill. Shorewood, Tower Hill to near Long Beach, moving to the east at 70 miles per hour. Locations impacted include some of these are northern Indiana. In fact, I'll just zoom in here. Some of these are in Indiana, since this also includes Indiana counties. But if you're in the Benton
All right,
Harbor,
I am live.
all right, sounds good. Get you pulled up here. All right, so we are getting Jonah pulled up in the on the left side there. You can see. In fact, we'll take him full here just for a moment. And as you can see, he is near the Dowagiac area in Wayne Township in Cass County, and he does have the
All right,
beginnings of
I
a show.
am live.
Yep. So again, there's a
All
little bit of
right,
a.
sounds good. Get you pulled up here.
We do have a little bit of audio delay as well. We'll have to keep in mind as well. So again, he has the beginnings of a shelf cloud as well. And that is with this activity that is moving into Berrien County as we speak. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. It'll be on the left side of the screen. And Jonah, if you do have anything to add, please feel free to interrupt me. We'll go right to you. But let's go back to radar at this time. And again, we have these showers and thunderstorms, strong to severe, capable of damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. And that is stretching from near the South Haven area. We'll go back to Grand Rapids really quickly. from near the South Haven area down towards New Buffalo Township. We also some other activity developing along the I-94 corridor. This is unlikely to be severe at this point, but could be inducing some heavier rainfall as well. We also have some more pop-up activity as well near the Fenville area northeast. I don't think that's severe at this point, but something we are watching as well. And also some activity near the Virginis Township area over towards Rololo as well, over towards Saranac. This doesn't look to be anything more than some heavy downpours at this time, but we are watching it as well. But our main focus continues to be in southwest lower Michigan, where we have active severe thunderstorm warnings for potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So again, we'll go over
Jacob, can you confirm that my audio is coming in on stream okay?
It is coming in okay. We just have a bit of a delay, obviously. But so if you do need to get a hold of me urgently, just tell me on Zello here. I'll switch to you. We'll just have to keep the delay in mind.
Testing. Alrighty. Okay, sounds good. You just have me off to one side then, I presume.
Correct. You are on the left side near where my webcam is. So.
Okay, perfect. If you take me full a second, I'm going to zoom in off to the west here. Jacob, can you confirm and that right back in there, okay? I think is the beginnings of a shelf cloud.
It is coming in okay. We just have a bit of delay, obviously. So if you do need to get a hold of me urgently, just tell me on Zello here. All right. So all right. Yep, I got you.
Okay,
anyways,
you just have me off to one side.
Anyways,
then,
we do have a little bit of a shelf cloud beginning to show up here on his stream again. He is located in the WMIWX area.
I don't talk over you on stream, so when you get a second, let me know, and I'd like to give a little bit of an introduction / explanation about what this is.
You can go ahead and do so now if you want. I'll give you a little bit for the stream to catch up here, but go on ahead.
Okay, sounds good.
We should start getting Jonah here momentarily. We have a little bit of a stream delay, but he wants to give a little bit of introduction to what you're seeing here.
All right, so very quickly here, I know we are in the middle of a severe weather live stream. My name is Jonah. I know you guys can't see my face right now, but I'm the co-founder of West Michigan Weather. I'm joining Jacob for really what is going to be the prime future of our West Michigan Weather severe weather live streams. We are going to have chasers such as myself out in the field, tracking the storms on the ground live as they come into the areas that are going to be impacted. And then we will have Jacob, our new community manager, behind the scenes running the stream, keeping an eye on radar, both for us and for all of you guys, so that we can focus solely on chasing and staying safe out here, paying attention to traffic and what's happening around us. The shot you're looking at is actually from the roof-mounted camera on top of the West Michigan Weather storm chasing vehicle, and you can see our current location, what the air temperature is, and which direction we're traveling. Keep in mind that that is which way we are traveling, not necessarily which way we are facing. So we're traveling north, but we're actually looking off to the west here, out at these storms in Berrien County, moving into Cass County. So we're just to the north and east of Dowagiac in Cass County here, and we can see what might be the start of a shelf cloud out there. So, and I will turn it back over to Jacob so he can continue on with his severe weather coverage, but we're going to be watching this shelf cloud, as well as any potential wind, hail, lightning, etc. So go ahead, Jacob.
All right, thank you very much, Jonah. So again, he is looking back towards these storms from the near the Dowagiac area. Again, what you just mentioned. It says traveling north, but he's facing west, where we are watching what appears to be the beginnings of a shelf cloud. But we're gonna go back to radar here. We do have his view on the left side, and again, do feel free to interrupt me if you do need something urgently seen over there, but we are watching on the left side. But we are continuing to watch these strong to severe thunderstorms, which have active severe thunderstorm warnings currently for Van Buren and Berrien counties. And these are all for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and maybe hail up to penny size, which is not severe limits, but something to note as well. Let's take a look at the velocity now from the Grand Rapids radar. And I do think, all right, if you're near the Covert area, Linden Hills, that'll be heading towards the West Bangor area over the next minute. We do hit, and Bangor as well. We are seeing some signs from the Grand Rapids radar of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Keep in mind, this is about 4,000 feet up, so not all is maybe necessarily reaching the surface, but we are seeing some potential for high winds there. Best potential for that, again, will be near the Covert area, Linden Hills. And that will be heading towards, let me loop it real quick just to get my bearings. But that will be heading towards the Bangor, the Breedsville area as well. Eventually up towards possibly the Grand Junction area. So again, if you're in Van Buren County, do continue to remain inside, preferably in that sturdy building away from windows on the lowest floor, as these storms continue to move through portions of Van Buren County. We also continue with severe thunderstorm warnings for all of Berrien County. And taking a look at the northern Indiana radar, I am seeing some higher winds potentially showing up, like near the Three Oaks area, the Shorewood Hills area. So, admittedly, this is a little bit noisy looking at it from the northern Indiana radar. Chicago, not quite as noisy, a little bit lower though, but this is also looking higher up. But do you see the brighter reds there, like near the Three Oaks area over towards the Union Pier area? That is some potentially higher winds. Going back to the northern Indiana radar. Again, this is a little bit noisy, but definitely some high wind potential as well, heading into mainly southern portions of Berrien County as well. But again, if you're in northern Berrien County as well, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, new scan coming in. I do think the highest winds are showing up near the Three Oaks area, over towards Galleon, over towards the New Troy area as well. So the stream might freeze up occasionally, but we will be going back to that. That'll come back. There it goes. But anyways, if you're near the Glendora area as well, we are showing some higher winds. That is the brighter whites to light blue. Looking at it here, that is about 4,000 feet radar, again from the northern Indiana radar. But we are showing winds up to 50, 60 miles per hour potentially within these areas. So, again, that is. Okay. So, bear with me here. So if you're near the Galleon area, we're also seeing some higher winds. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation as well. But definitely think the primary potential continues to be damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. What we got here? It looks like they just updated our severe thunderstorm warning. It's not a new warning issuance as an updated one. Continuing for Van Buren County until 6 o'clock, and that continues to be for 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And again, taking another look at that storm on velocity, we continue to show 50 to 60 mile per hour winds potentially being indicated on radar near the Friendsville and West Bangor area. That'll be again be heading towards the Bangor, Grand Junction, the Licata area as well. Maple Grove Corners as well. So if you are near, and also Breedsville, so continue to remain inside in that sturdy structure, preferably away from windows across Van Buren County, as well as these storms continue to track their way through the county. So we'll go back to reflectivity. Actually, before we do, I do see a little bit, no active warnings or anything like that. We are seeing some signs of maybe some gustier wind as well. In northern Allegan County, near the Burnips and near the Burnips area, over towards the Glitchell area in southeastern Ottawa County. Nothing significant, nothing severe at this time. Maybe some 30, maybe 40 mile per hour winds being indicated in that area as well. Would not be totally surprised to see a special weather statement come out for that if trends hold. Again, not severe, but just something to
Jacob,
note.
do you still have my stream, or is it did it disconnect?
I still have you. It's just cutting in and out occasionally, but I still have you.
Okay, we're just going through quite a hilly area with some denser trees, so trying to get more in line with these severe winds down towards the Niles area. So
All right, sounds good. Appreciate the update. So again, he was continuing, as he was indicating, he's getting in more line of the stronger storms, stronger wind potential towards the Niles area. That is where he is heading towards as well. So, okay. So again, we do continue with several severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly across southwest Michigan, for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And okay. We're also watching other cells that are currently not severe, but could be producing some heavier downpours. These are the pulse type storms ahead of the line. North of Battle Creek there, near Battle Creek, near the Kalamazoo area actually. Paw Paw stretching towards the Galesburg area.
pretty mean shelf on stream right now. Can make it out occasionally as we go through the trees. Um, not sure if you want to full stream for a second, but it's even to the north of Nile. So there's definitely some potential for some outflow damaging winds in this line here.
Yep, I do see that. We'll go ahead and take you full for a second if you do want to mention something. Alright, so we're going to take Jonah full again, as we do have a mean shelf cloud that was starting to show up there on stream. So, okay. So it looks like he's turning right now. As soon as he shows up on stream, we'll go to it. Oh, there we go. Let's go over to the stream once again. Take the chase cam full.
There we go. There's a pretty good look at our shelf cloud there.
Yep. All right. Yep, I got it now. So, all right, that will be showing up here momentarily. We do have the potential. We do have a shelf cloud starting to show up as this on this as well, which is a sign of some gustier, which can easily be a sign of strong to damaging winds with these storms as well. So, radar behind the scenes. It's just an update to the warning for Berrien County. Okay. Yeah, quite the shelf cloud there on stream right now. So, I narrate that. So for those of you in Van Buren County, if you're near the Bangor area, so.
Alrighty, so that is our shelf cloud right there. This is what the area we're watching for as a damaging wind potential. Our highest velocities are actually a little bit further to the south, but this is definitely the best structure I see currently.
All right, thank you for that. So, again, we have quite the shelf cloud showing up. Again, Jonah is near the Cassopolis area. And again, the highest velocities continue to be near the, that's heading towards southern Berrien County, and I'll be heading towards the Niles area over the next several minutes. So we're going to go back to radar at this point in time. However, Jonah, if you do need to mention something, just get a hold of me if you need me to switch back urgently. So let's go back to radar at this time, though. You can still see the live cam on the left side of the screen, but we do continue showing damaging wind potential heading towards the Buchanan, Berrien Springs, and Niles area over the next few minutes. Although I do, and then we're also watching perhaps see where this outflow boundary is coming in here near the Dowagiac area. We are seeing perhaps a little bit of circulation there near the Glenwood area, north of the Dowagiac area, near the M51 and M152 intersection. We are perhaps seeing a little bit of rotation there. Nothing imminently tornadic, but definitely some gustier winds ongoing at the very least there. And I will also point out as we go back to reflectivity, we are starting to see an outflow boundary show up here on radar. And that is from stretching from Dowagiac to near Niles and down into northern Indiana. I will say that as that outflow boundary gets out ahead of the storms, because that is rain cooled air from these storms being pushed out ahead. So again, as that happens, these storms may tend to weaken over time, but still the potential for strong to damaging wind gusts at this time continues. If anything, you might see the wind pick up a little bit, and then the rain will be a few minutes behind that. So, but again, do continue to remain in cover across. If you're in the far northern sections of Berrien County, like the Waterville area, over towards Lake Michigan and Riverside, you are
All
not.
right, so this is our shelf cloud that again we've been watching for a little bit here. This is Twin Lakes Road near M62 uh, in Cass County near Cassopolis.
All right, so continue to watch the self cloud here. But again, we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings also for Van Buren County. In fact, we'll go to the Grand Rapids radar, and you can see the kind of the backward C shape. I will illustrate that. And again, the backward C shape, that is the inflow jet pushing the rain out ahead of it, and that's how you get the damaging winds to develop. So again, so we'll go to the velocity now. Actually, let me clear that. And then go to velocity. And we continue to show signs of damaging winds near the Bangor area, heading towards the Breedsville and Grand Junction area. And I would not necessarily be surprised, considering the storm motion, if portions of southern Allegan County potentially do end up in a warning down the line as well, and mainly in the Kalamazoo County especially. But heads up for those of you in southern Allegan, especially southeastern Allegan County, and into Kalamazoo County, a severe thunderstorm warning may be required down the line if these storms maintain their current strength. And then we also continue with damaging winds down in Berrien County, heading into Cass County over the next several minutes as well. We're also seeing signs of gustier winds with these storms. In fact,
So it's kind of hard to tell right now because we're going through the trees, but you can see the shelf cloud is kind of getting right overhead of us now. I'm trying to get back to a more open area, a little bit more of an open area here.
all right. So again, we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in for portions of Allegan and Kalamazoo counties. That was the area I was just mentioning. That is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for Allegan and Kalamazoo counties, southeastern portions of Allegan County, and northwestern Kalamazoo County until 6:30, and that is for the potential of damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour. We are also watching the potential for penny-sized hail as well. So we continue with these severe thunderstorm warnings. So again, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids issued a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Allegan and northwestern Kalamazoo counties until 6:30 for a potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. At 5:33 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Bangor, or 11 miles east of South Haven, moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Some potential impacts include 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. And the source on that continues to be radar indicated. And we also and the impact, again, expect root damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted by this include Kalamazoo, Portage, Allegan, the Wayland area, over towards Otsego, Plainwell, Parchment, the Martin area, Westwood, Comstock Northwest, Alamo area, Hopkins, Bradley, Pullman, the Oshtemo area, over towards Green Lake, Shelbyville, Cooper, and Pine Lake. That you are all in the severe thunderstorm warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So again, if you are in southeastern Allegan County, over towards northwestern Kalamazoo County, including the city of
Minor tree
Kalamazoo.
damage on stream, Jacob. Not sure if you can hear my audio through the stream, but minor tree damage.
I do get you when you're speaking, just not the background audio, like when you're driving, but I do get you when you're speaking. I will switch over to that right now.
So you guys saw the leaves flying off the trees back there. Probably gusts to around 40 miles an hour there. We've got some small. Curious if you have any thoughts as to these little kinks in velocity. One very close to me in northern Cass County, northwest Cass County. A couple of them actually, northwest Cass County.
All right.
Minor tree damage on stream, Jacob. Not sure if you can hear my audio through the stream.
So
minor tree damage.
So Jonah was pointing out these kinks in the line. That is sometimes we have to watch for a little bit of rotation as well.
It's not the background audio, like when you're driving, I do get you.
So yeah, I do see that. Definitely definitely interesting to watch. Seeing a little bit of rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic, I don't think, but something to watch.
Get you when you're speaking. It's not the background audio, like when you're driving, I do get you when you're speaking. I will switch over to that right now. That sounds good.
So again, you'll have to bear with us. There's a little bit of a stream delay that we will have to work on for future streams.
Curious if you have any thoughts as to
but again, we are continuing to watch potential for
close to me in northern Cass County.
We are watching these little kinks in the line, like one near the Walgiak area, another kind of north of Niles. We have to watch these kinks as sometimes they can get a little bit of rotation in them, like we're seeing on velocity here. Like near the Glenwood area, we're watching a little bit of rotation. Nothing immediately tornadic, but definitely some enhanced wind potential there as well.
Well, yeah, I do see that. Definitely some.
So again, you'll just have to kind of bear with us as we work out the audio kinks. But we are also continuing to watch our continued damaging wind potential, heading from northern Van Buren County now into southeastern portions of Allegan County, over Grand Junction and Breedsville area, over towards Bloomingdale, eventually over towards the Shakora, Cheshire Center, and Merson area, and eventually Allegan as well. We are continuing to indicate the potential for strong to damaging wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with this activity as it continues to move off to the east and northeast. So we're going to continue with we're also seeing some gustier winds with this activity near Kalamazoo. Not quite severe limits, I don't think, but definitely some gusty winds over the Kalamazoo area as well with this activity ahead of the main line. In fact, we are going to have to watch as it looks like we may be having a little bit of a merger ongoing with this activity that formed near the I-94 corridor and the main line near the Paw Paw area. As that merges, we will have to watch for the potential of maybe some enhanced damaging winds as well as those storms merge. That's something we'll have to watch over the next few minutes as that merger takes place. I will also say, as I loop the radar, I am getting concerned about a little bit of thunderstorm training there near the Kalamazoo area as well. I am seeing some concerns of thunderstorm training, and with the amount of moisture in the air, and with these storms tracking over the same area, I am concerned near the Kalamazoo area of some locally heavier rainfall in a short period of time that may result in some localized flooding issues. So it would not be out of the realm to have a flood, at least a flood advisory or something of that nature, come out in the not too distant future regarding this. So just something to be aware of in the Kalamazoo area. You're likely seeing some very heavy downpours, some gusty winds, and lots of cloud ground lightning. We're also watching as the main line moves in over the next several minutes that we will have to watch for the potential of flooding as well. So we continue to monitor these strong to severe thunderstorms. I will say if you're north of I-96, looks like we did just lose the stream. Just a heads up, I did lose your stream.
Okay. I will try to
All right, so we will get that.
restart it when I.
So we will get that stream back up soon, but we'll go back to radar in the meantime. But again, we are continuing to watch strong to severe thunderstorms. Several severe thunderstorm warnings continue across the area. And other non-severe storms also carrying a strong gusty wind threat and heavy downpours as well. Again, we are continuing to watch. Matthew Saunders in the YouTube chat says hello. Hi there. Thank you for tuning in with us here. So again, we do continue with strong to severe thunderstorms with several active severe thunderstorm warnings for portions of Allegan, Kalamazoo, Van Buren, and Berrien counties. I would not rule out one potentially coming soon for Cass County as well. Have to see what the National Weather Service in Northern Indiana does with this. But again, we do continue with strong to severe thunderstorms, primarily with the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, especially near and south of the I-96 corridors. I think it continues to be the best potential at this time. If you're north of I-96, we are seeing some shower and storm activity. None of this is necessarily severe at this time, but again, the severe thunderstorm watch does stretch up to Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties. So again, near and south of that I-96 corridor continues to be the best potential for severe weather as we head into the evening hours that we are seeing now with several severe thunderstorm warnings in southwest lower Michigan. So again, we're going to zoom back in on this main line of storms, looking from the Grand Rapids radar, and we go to velocity. And we are continuing to show it's not quite as intense as it was earlier. We are still seeing some gusty wind potential heading now into southern Allegan County near the Cheshire Center area, over towards the Mercer area, the Chicora area as well. That will eventually potentially head towards the Allegan area. Not quite as intense as it was earlier, but still some gusty wind potential showing up on radar over the Grand Junction, Bloomingdale areas. Now we'll be heading towards again the Cheshire Center area over the next several minutes. We are also showing higher wind potential in the Kalamazoo area, like I was just mentioning a moment ago. And we'll go over to northern Indiana radar and get a guesstimate as to what's going on. As we head into Cass County, there's no active severe thunderstorm warning, but we are seeing still some signs of gustier winds heading out of the Niles area into the Pokagon area over towards the Dowagiac area. Cassopolis area, you're likely seeing the outflow winds pick up a little bit as well. It looks like they have. It looks like the severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for Berrien County has expired. We'll have to see what they do in the next few minutes as it continues to head into Cass County. No active warning currently, but we are still seeing some signs of strong gusty winds near the Niles area over towards Pokagon, and that will be heading towards the Dowagiac, Cassopolis, and Edwardsburg area over the next several minutes. So we're actually going to go ahead and take a wide look at the radar real quick. So Jonah is, if you're looking for the live cam, we are working to get that back. We are running into some signal issues out in that region of southwest Michigan. We are working to get that stream back online. But I'm still here with radar here, and we will continue on for right now. So we are taking a wider look at the radar across West Michigan. We do have our severe thunderstorm warnings now for portions of Van Buren, Allegan, and Kalamazoo counties. We do have other non-severe thunderstorms ongoing near the Lansing area over towards Battle Creek, over towards the Eaton Rapids area as well, and some to the north of Lansing as well, but not quite as widespread or significant as to be honest. So if you're in the Mount Pleasant area, Alma, Ithaca areas over towards Grand Rapids and Muskegon, you're not seeing all that much right now. So again, we do need rain in some area north of Holland, which unfortunately you're not looking out this time. But again, mainly near and south of the I-96 corridor is where we're watching for continued severe weather potential, especially mainly near and south of I-96 in the severe thunderstorm watch, which we do continue from Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties south in the West Michigan weather area. We do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m., primarily for the potential scattered damaging wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour. Maybe some isolated large hail instances, but I don't think large hail is that much of a threat today. But still, isolated large hailstone cannot be ruled out. So, we do continue. We're going to zoom back in now towards the Kalamazoo area. And this is another concern we have is the heavier rainfall. We have thunderstorms continuing to track over the same area near the I-94 corridor around the Kalamazoo area. Excuse me. So from near Paw Paw towards Kalamazoo, over towards Galesburg, and eventually Battle Creek as well. We are seeing training thunderstorms, which means we will have to watch for some localized flooding as well. Taking a look at do we have any reports? The National Weather Service. I do not see anything yet. But we are watching behind the scenes for reports as well. We also have Jonah out in the field in southwest Michigan near Cass County as those storms continue to track through. Cass County, I am not seeing any signs of a new either a severe thunderstorm warning or special weather statement yet. But in the Dowagiac area over towards Niles, that will eventually be heading towards the Cassopolis, Edwardsburg area. Over towards the Penn area as well. You will want to stay inside if for no other reason. The potential for heavy downpours and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, but also still some leftover gusty wind potential as well. They did update our severe thunderstorm warning for Van Buren County, so if you're in the western half of Van Buren County, you are all clear from the severe weather potential. We still have rain and lightning potential, so still remain inside, but the severe weather threat has passed your area, and you are likely wrapping up with the severe weather threat for tonight. So again, we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings now for the eastern half of Van Buren, for the eastern third, I should say, of Van Buren County. Also the southeastern half of Allegan County and northwestern portions of Kalamazoo County.
I have a flat tire, so my storm chase is unfortunately over. Just wanted to give you a heads up, Jacob.
Sorry to hear that, but thanks for the information. there anything I can do right now?
Not at this time. Just going to be changing a tire in the rain. Hit a tree down in the road that couldn't see the blinding rain. I only hit it at like 10 miles an hour and it popped my tire.
All right, well, be safe out there. So unfortunately, as you just heard, we do have a flat tire from a tree in the road there in that Jonah caught in southwest Michigan in Cass County. He is safe, do not worry. However, we will be unfortunately have to rely on mainly radar only for the meantime and storm reports. So we continue watching these strong to severe thunderstorms near the Paw Paw area over towards Kalamazoo, up towards Allegan. Let's go back to velocity here and take a look at the overall situation. Looks like our velocity scan's a little bit wonky there coming from Grand Rapids. So we will. Okay, there we go. So we continue now. I will say the wind heading into northern Van Buren and Allegan County, it's not quite as impressive as it was earlier, at least looking from the Grand Rapids radar. Still some signs of maybe some gustier winds heading into the Cheshire Center area over towards Gobbles and Pine Grove. Down towards Paw Paw as well. Not looking as impressive from Grand Rapids. We'll go from northern Indiana. Again, not really super impressive. We do continue with higher wind. Potentially, there's no active warning or statements for Cass County, excuse me. But we do continue to watch some signs of maybe 40 to 50 mile an hour winds that do continue near east of the Niles area, or that will be heading towards Edwardsburg over the next several minutes. I will say that the outflow boundary is out ahead by a good distance ahead of this portion of the line of storms, so that may be a sign that these storms to the south may lose a little bit of their strength. They're still on the stronger side. I'd still remain inside, but it looks like the severe threat may back off just a little bit, which is why they have decided not to extend the severe thunderstorm warning into Cass County. So just something we are continuing to watch here. Still some heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and frequent cloud-to-cloud lightning. But the southern edge of the line might be backing off just a touch in terms of strength. We do continue with our severe thunderstorm warnings for Allegan, Kalamazoo, and Van Buren counties. Again, we also remain concerned with flooding rainfall setting up in the corridor I'm going to highlight here. That is the I-94 corridor and all portions of I-69. If you are in this area I'm highlighting here, I am getting concerned about the potential for some areas of localized flooding due to heavy rainfall in a short period of time. So that's the Kalamazoo area, over towards Battle Creek, Olivet, and Eaton Rapids as well. We are starting to get concerned about the potential for flash flooding. Eventually towards Jackson as well, as the storms continue to track off to the east as well. So, again, that is the area we're going to have to watch for some flash flooding. In fact, I will go ahead and switch over, as a matter of fact, to the 1 hour rainfall accumulation, and we are seeing pockets of over an inch an hour rainfall rates. In fact, up to an inch and a half in 1 hour near the Decatur area in Van Buren County. We're also seeing pockets north of Battle Creek of up to 1.5 inch per hour rainfall rates being indicated by radar. Radar is not perfect, but again, it's still a useful tool to help us show areas of heavier rainfall. So particularly the Kalamazoo areas, we're going to have to watch in the short term for some flooding potential back towards the Paw Paw area, over towards Decatur, and also near the Battle Creek area, especially just north. We'll have to watch for some areas of localized flooding just due to the heavy rainfall in a short period of time. But again, this is in addition to still the potential for gusty to damaging winds up to 60 to 70 miles per hour. outside of the area, but I do see we have a severe thunderstorm warning over in southeast lower. If you're north of Flint, over towards the Millington area, Clio, if there is anyone watching that knows people out that way, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning now for quarter-size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Again, that is north of the Flint area, over towards the Clio, Millington, and Vassar areas. So in northern Genesee, southeastern Saginaw, and southwestern Tuscola counties, there's now an active severe thunderstorm warning. But again, that is outside of our coverage area. But if any of you watching have folks you know out that way, friends or family, give them a heads up. They are now under a severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45. So again, we continue watching in our neck of the woods, Van Buren County, the eastern third, and portions of southeastern Allen County and northwestern Kalamazoo County. I will say they did trim a bunch of the warning off in Allegan County. So if you're in the Allegan area up towards the Hopkins and the Wayland area, you are clear from the severe thunderstorm warning. You're likely seeing some moderate rainfall, maybe a residual lightning strike or two, but the severe threat is subsided if you are north of if you're north of Allegan, especially, that you are clear from the severe weather, at least for now. We do continue to see a little, like I was talking about earlier. You can see how it kind of curls back in on itself, like that. That is the inflow jet surging in on the backside, the rear inflow jet. You can get a little bit of a bookend signature. That is where you can also get some higher winds as well, which we'll take a look at velocity just to make sure here in just a second. I don't see. All right, I do see maybe still some signs of gustier winds near the Mercen area. We do continue to show some signs of gusty winds, not as significant as what was being indicated earlier, but still some signs of gustier winds there near the Cheshire Center area. And then also signs of gustier. In fact, looks like we do have a flood advisory starting to come in now. This is a flood advisory starting to come in for, let me get the information here. This is a flood advisory coming in for Calhoun and Kalamazoo counties that will go until midnight tonight. That is a flood advisory for the Kalamazoo, Battle Creek area, over towards Marshall, the Galesburg, Augusta areas as well. You are now under a flood advisory until midnight. That is what we were just talking about with those storms training over the same area. You're going to get a decent amount of rainfall in a short period of time, which will result in some localized minor flooding. So this goes until midnight. At 5:56 p.m., radar and automated rain gauges indicated heavy rain. Between 1 and 1.5 inches of rain has fallen in the last hour, and an additional 1 to 1.5 inches of rain is possible over the next hour. This will cause urban and small stream flooding. Some locations that will experience potential flooding include Kalamazoo, the Portage area, Marshall, Battle Creek, Galesburg, Parchment, the Climax area over towards Richland, Gull Lake, Comstock Northwest, Brownwee Park, the Westwood area, Augusta, Scotts, the Bedford area, Comstock, Ceresco, and the Ashtimo area. So if you do encounter any flooded roadways in this flood advisory area, turn around. Don't drown when encountering flooding roadways. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. Be aware of your surroundings and do not drive on flooded roads. So if you do encounter a flooded roadway, again, just don't chance it. Turn around, find an alternative route. So we'll go back to reflectivity here. And we do continue with severe thunderstorm warnings over the eastern third of Van Buren County, although I will say the strongest part of these storms will be leaving Van Buren County over the next few minutes. That'll be more of a Kalamazoo and southeastern Allegan County issue. but we are now getting concerned about localized flooding. In fact, it does look like our warning for eastern Van Buren County has expired. So Van Buren County, you are off the severe thunderstorm warning board at this time. Again, if you're in southeastern Van Buren County, well, literally eastern Van Buren, honestly, all of Van Buren County, just remain inside. We are seeing some signs of residual lightning strikes behind the line as well. That typically happens with these stronger complexes of storms, that we get lightning in the stratiform laying behind it. So if you're still behind these storms, do continue to remain inside, because we are still seeing signs of lightning behind the storms that could still be dangerous. So do continue to remain inside. Like if you're in the South Haven area, Benton Harbor, the worst of the storms has passed, but just due to the lightning threat, continue to remain inside. Let the rain get out of here over the next few hours. So again, we do continue with our one severe thunderstorm warning in effect in the West Michigan weather coverage area, and that is for southeastern Allegan and northwestern Kalamazoo counties. Give me just a moment here, and I'll pull up some. Look at maybe consumers outage map. We'll take a look in just a second. Get it over to the right display. So we're going to switch over and take a look, switch over to the other display. We'll take a look at some power outages real quick. We do have some pockets of power outages. This is on the consumer's energy map. We do have some pockets of power outages. It's like a rather large outage with over nearly 900 customers out near the Bangor area. This is in Van Buren County. We also have some isolated, scattered outages of these storms along the I-94 corridor between Kalamazoo towards Battle Creek, and even up towards the Bellevue and Olivet areas, potentially some outages as well. So also taking a look, we do have a pocket of outages north of near the St. John's area, some pockets of outages as well. Looks like including roughly the northern half of town might be without power right now. Some pockets of outages with that strong storm we were watching earlier. And a few more outages to the north, but nowhere near as widespread until you get near and north of the US 10 corridor in the northeastern lower Michigan, which got hit pretty good by the earlier round of storms earlier this afternoon. So again, isolated, scattered power outages do remain a concern, especially where the stronger storms do hit. Which, I mean, fortunately, these storms will cool back off the temperature a little bit, but the humidity is still there. So, unfortunately, that's not going to be much relief, especially tonight, especially with temperatures still on the higher end of things. Give me just a minute, just take a quick look at the forecast for tonight. We're still showing low temperatures are still going to be in the lower 70s tonight for the most part. So, not going to be much relief for those of you that don't have, unfortunately, do lose electricity. It's not going to be too much relief for you. So, we'll go back to radar at this time, though. And we are continuing to watch this complex of strong to severe thunderstorms work their way through the area. We do continue with one active severe thunderstorm warning for Allegan, southeastern Allegan, and northwestern Kalamazoo counties that continues for the next little 26 minutes or so for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I will say if current trends do continue, we might be slowly backing off on the severe weather threat, although not completely zero, definitely not zero, but we may be beginning to transition into more of a flooding threat potentially, especially near the I-94 corridor. Again, we're not done with the severe weather threat, especially south of I-96, but it looks like we might be seeing signs of it maybe becoming a little bit more of a flooding threat rather than a damaging wind threat. Although we are still seeing signs of gusty winds, particularly near the Parchment area. We are seeing some brighter greens show up. That is a sign of gustier winds. up to around 40 miles per hour, albeit that is a few thousand feet up. Another pocket of potentially gusty winds near the Richland and Augusta areas, and also maybe a downburst type signature near north of the Battle Creek area. So, all right. So, again, we do continue to monitor these storms, which continue to maintain a damaging wind threat and also a localized flooding threat, particularly along the I-94 corridor. Again, a flood advisory is in effect. I know it's a little bit hard to see, so I'll outline it here in just a moment. If you are in the area I am outlining here, you are in a flood advisory until midnight tonight, and that is for the potential of localized minor flooding as a result of heavy rainfall. Again, we have seen as much as an inch, inch and a half of rain within 1 hour across this area. And with thunderstorm training continuing to take place, I would not at all be surprised to see some more heavier rainfall take place in a short period of time. Again, that is along the I-94 corridor from the Van Buren County line east towards the Marshall area is where we're watching at this point for training thunderstorms, which not only could produce a damaging wind threat on at least an isolated basis, but also potential for, excuse me, localized flooding. So, no updates on our severe thunderstorm warning. Although, if any of you, especially as the storms depart, if you have storm reports to submit, if you can do so safely, that would be greatly appreciated. That is going to be towards that you could submit those to us on our social media platforms. If you're watching on the chat, you could submit those there. We are monitoring chat. You can also tag us on social media or submit to our website is where you can submit those storm reports. That is going to be www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Again, that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. That is where we're going to be continuing to, and that is where you can submit those storm reports if you can do so safely. Again, I don't want you to be putting yourselves in danger trying to submit a storm report to us, but if you have storm damage or if you see flooding or anything like that, please do feel free to let us know. It'd be greatly appreciated, not only by us, but our National Weather Service partners as well. So, again, we do continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Allegan and northwestern Kalamazoo counties. It does include the city of Kalamazoo. We'll take a look at velocity. And I'm not seeing anything overly impressive with this portion of the line in southeastern Allegan County. That does not mean we don't have gusty winds, it's just not super impressive. I do think the wind potential is increasing a little bit in Kalamazoo County. In fact, southeastern Allegan County, you have just been dropped from the severe thunderstorm warning. So now it is mainly northwestern Kalamazoo County portions of that continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 20 minutes or so for 60-mile-per-hour wind potential. I do think the best wind potential, at least on radar right now, is being shown near the Parchment area. As that moves east, that will be a heads up for the Richland Junction area. We are still seeing some signs of gusty to potentially damaging winds ongoing, and a severe thunderstorm warning again does continue for northwestern portions of Kalamazoo County for the next 20 minutes. And this is from the 60. This is just an update issued moments ago. I will pull up the details on that. We'll go back to reflectivity on radar, or how hard is it raining. But again, going back to the warning text here. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for those of you in southeastern Allegan County. The severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Allegan County is canceled. Severe thunderstorm which prompted the warning is weakened. Therefore, the warning has been canceled for Allegan County. However, for those of you in northwestern Kalamazoo County, this severe thunderstorm warning continues for the next 20 minutes until 6:30. At 6:07 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located over Kalamazoo, moving east at 25 miles per hour. Hazard continues to be 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, which continues to be radar indicated. I have not seen any reports. However, we have been seeing some power outages continue to pop up in that area. So definitely probably a sign of some gusty winds ongoing there. So, and then the impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. And I would not be surprised to continue to see the potential for isolated scattered power outages to continue. Get all my glasses. There we go. Anyway, so locations impacted include Kalamazoo, the Portage area, Parchment, Westwood, the Comstock Northwest area, the Oshtemo area, and Cooper is where we continued with a severe thunderstorm warning. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm. This is what the National Weather Service is noting in the warning update as well. Torrential rainfall is occurring with this storm and may lead to flooding of streets in the Kalamazoo area. Do not drive your vehicle through flooded roadways. Again, we also have a flood advisory that continues for portions of Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties until midnight tonight, also associated with these strong to still severe thunderstorms. I will say it does look like, at least from the Grand Rapids perspective, we may have to continue to watch Cass County and now in the St. Joseph counties as well. These continue to be below severe, well, it's northern Indiana, but a severe thunderstorm warning just came out. So these storms are still capable of being severe. This is a severe thunderstorm warning that just came down the wire for northern Indiana, but that's still near the Elkhart area. That's a severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. Anyone that may be watching near, especially near the state line, that might have family in the Elkhart, Indiana area over towards Goshen and Middlebury, do let them know they are now under severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gust potential. But we are continuing to watch this portion of the line of storms heading towards the Three Rivers area over the next several minutes, over towards the Constantine and White Pigeon areas as well. Centerville as well. There's no active severe thunderstorm warning or even a special weather statement for that matter. However, you could still see frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy downpours, and some gusty winds as well. We'll take a look at velocity real quick on it, and really I'm not seeing anything super impressive, which is good news, at least in this portion. However, maybe near the US 12 corridor we are seeing some signs of gustier winds as well. Nothing, not severe limits, I don't think, but still some signs of gustier winds there as these storms continue to move through as well. We'll take a look at it from Grand Rapids, and again, we're kind of in that bad spot. So nothing super impressive with these storms, but still heavy downpours, frequent cloud ground lightning, and maybe some gusty winds will continue to move through St. Joseph County over the next little while. We'll go back to the Grand Rapids radar, and it looks like it is getting organized a little bit more near the Charlotte, over towards the Lansing area as well. It looks like things might be getting a little bit more organized as well. Nothing severe at this point in time. However, it does look like some heavier rain, very heavy downpours, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. Maybe some gusty winds will continue in that area as well. We'll take a look at velocity just to make sure we're not. And nothing extremely, maybe a little bit of a downburst ongoing. If I zoom in here near the 5 Points corner area near Charlotte, that looks like a potential downburst that might be ongoing. Some gusty winds may be ongoing near the Charlotte area. Probably not sure if it's severe at this point in time, but definitely some signs of gustier winds ongoing there. I'll take a look at it from the Detroit radar, and nothing extremely obvious there either, but still downbursts may be ongoing there, which could cause some gustier winds there near the Charlotte area. We also continue to see signs of gusty winds near the Richland area. That will be heading out of the severe thunderstorm warning here shortly, and then we'll have to see what the National Weather Service decides to do with that. And I'll zoom in, maybe a tiny bit of broad rotation there near the far southeastern Allegan County, near the Lake Doster Golf Club. It does look like we might have a little bit of broad rotation. Nothing immediately concerning to me. It doesn't scream tornadic or anything, but just something we're watching. And also maybe a little bit of broad rotation there near the Plainwell area. Again, nothing immediately concerning. Does not yell a tornado threat to me at this time, but just something we are noting and we do have eyes on. Let's go back to reflectivity. And yeah, that is where, kind of in that little bookend area there in southeast Allegan County, that is where you could still see some gustier winds as well, albeit below severe limits at this point in time. So again, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 15 minutes or so for northwestern Kalamazoo County, although that will be moving out of the county, so we will have to see what the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids decides to do with that. Although I do think we might be slowly transitioning from a severe weather threat to more of a heavy rainfall resulting in localized flooding threat, particularly along the I-94 corridor, where we do have a flood advisory that continues to be in effect until midnight tonight, including the Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, over towards Marshall area, also towards the Galesburg, Richland, Augusta areas as well. We'll take a look at the 1 hour rainfall rates again. We are still continuing to show very heavy rainfall in this corridor. In fact, we are now approaching 2 inches in 1 hour rainfall rates near the Kalamazoo area. So I would not be surprised if it's not already ongoing. Definitely some flooding there in the Kalamazoo area, around the Western Michigan University area, the West Nedge Hill area, Southwest Nedge neighborhood, Parkview Hills, back towards the Matawan area as well, in southeastern Van Buren County as well, and then up towards the Augusta areas just north of Battle Creek, over towards Olivet, and eventually Eaton Rapids as well. That is the area we're really focusing on, is for the short term for flooding potential, is the I-94 corridor in that region. Let's go back over to reflectivity. Excuse me. And again, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch. Let me make sure it hasn't been updated recently. I don't believe so. We do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch from I-94. I-96 south, or from Ottawa, Kent, Ionia, and Clinton counties and points south. We do continue with severe thunderstorm watch until midnight tonight. However, if you're north of the I-96 corridor, I'm going to go on a limb and say severe weather is starting to become relatively unlikely tonight. The threat is not zero still, but looking relatively unlikely. It is south of the I-96 corridor, and especially I-94 south, that we will have to focus on in the short term for severe weather potential. Severe weather potential. Let me double check behind the scenes here. Latest information goes until around 9 p.m. After 9 p.m., as we lose our sunshine and daytime heating, that is when I think, while the storm threat is not completely over, will become more of a heavy rain and flooding threat more than anything. So, we'll take another look at power outage. Real quick. I will say, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, I do suspect this will be canceled here rather soon or allowed to expire. That is up to the Weather Service in Grand Rapids. But the strongest part of this storm is now moving out of the severe thunderstorm warning area. So Parchment, Kalamazoo area still remain inside, as we have lightning behind this complex of storms in the stratiform rain. But I do think the severe weather is starting to wrap up in this area, in these areas as well. And we'll take a look at velocity again. I am still seeing a few pockets of gustier winds near the Richland Junction, the Cressy area. Over towards Prairieville, the Woodlawn Beach area, Hickory Corners, and Delton, we are seeing a pocket of gustier winds. Another pocket of potential gusty winds near the Assyria area. Also towards Bellevue, we are seeing a pocket of higher gustier winds as well. Near Bellevue, that is near the Calhoun and Eaton County lines there, over towards Olivet, perhaps a pocket of gustier winds as well. And then maybe some gusty winds ongoing as well, again near the Charlotte area, and then eventually towards the Petryville, Kingsland, and North Aurelius area. We are seeing maybe some extremely broad rotation. Nothing immediately concerning to me in terms of a tornado threat, but definitely still some signs of maybe some gusty winds there near the North Aurelius area over the next few minutes as well. So, let's see what's going on with that. We did just have something come in. That was Detroit. Okay. So, nothing new on our end in terms of. Okay. So, nothing new coming in just yet, which is good news. However, we'll go back to power outages real quickly. And we are still continuing to show power outages along the I-94 corridor from Bangor. Near Bangor area, there's a pretty good sized outage. Back through the Kalamazoo area, east into Battle Creek. And then it gets more isolated from there, which is good news. We'll zoom in a little bit more. If you're in Kalamazoo, we're seeing some isolated scattered power outages. Back towards the Howlandsburg area, looks like it's without power. Over towards Galesburg and Augusta, we're seeing some outages as well. And then back east, especially north side of Battle Creek and north of Battle Creek, we are seeing some isolated scattered power outages pop up as well. Probably potentially from gustier winds or maybe even lightning or something of that nature. But we are noting some isolated scattered power outages where the storms are ongoing. We also have a few outages, like one near the Sunfield area from an earlier strong thunderstorm, and also up towards the St. John's area. Excuse me. We are seeing some outages as well. Again, that was also from a strong thunderstorm we were watching earlier. That was likely producing gusty winds up to or in excess of 40 miles per hour. And it looks like some more outages, but that's over in southeast lower with that activity. And then some more outages again outside of our coverage area. Still some scattered outages from the earlier strong storms earlier today. Some isolated outages around the Mount Pleasant area as well. So let me actually pull up. That is a consumer's map. Let me pull up another source here. See what's going on in southwest Michigan. I'll take Van Buren County. Michigan Power. We'll go to Indiana, Michigan Power. Oops, wrong link. Outage map. There we go. Indiana, Michigan Power outage map. We'll pull that up. And we are showing some outages there in southwest Michigan as well. Let me switch to view. Zip code. We are showing some outages as well in the Indiana, Michigan Power area as well. Definitely nothing terribly widespread, but some isolated to scattered outages as well in southwest lower Michigan. Like, we'll go to a few locations. Near the Berrien Springs area, we are showing some outages, as well as the Niles area. We are showing an outage on the east side of town. And as well as, we'll zoom in towards the Shorewood Tower Hills area, some outages as well. So definitely still some isolated scattered outages as well in Southwest Lower, both from consumers in Indiana, Michigan Power. So we'll go back to radar at this time. And I will mention they are allowing, let's go back to radar, there we go. Let's go back to reflectivity. It does look like they are allowing the severe thunderstorm warning there for Kalamazoo County. That will be allowed to expire. Is that this warning is being allowed to expire at 6:30. The storm which prompted the warning for northwest Kalamazoo County has moved out of the area. Therefore, the warning will be allowed to expire. Heavy rain over the Kalamazoo area is expected to flood some streets. The severe thunderstorm watch does continue to remain in effect until 10 p.m. for southwest Michigan. So we do continue with the severe thunderstorm watch. However, we at this point, once 6:30 hits, and I could also you could also go ahead and say there are no active severe thunderstorm warnings once 6:30 hits across the West Michigan weather coverage area. And while the severe threat is not fully over yet, I do think we are slowly heading towards more of a flooding rain threat rather than a severe threat. Just with the trends we've been seeing with these storms over towards I-94 corridor. Again, severe threat is not over yet, but I do think we might be slowing backing off, especially west of US 131. Your severe threat is likely on wrapping up for the evening. There is some additional activity back to the west that we'll have to watch, but that is unlikely to be severe, as these storms have likely taken up the instability that would be available for storms earlier. So, Duked. Alright. So they are canceling the heat advisory now. Just as a side note, they are canceling the heat advisory to National Weather Service in northern Indiana. They have canceled the heat advisory for Berrien and St. Joseph counties. They have canceled the heat advisory as these storms, as the rain cool air has brought the heat indexes below the heat index, below the criteria for a heat advisory. Camden in the YouTube chat, hey man, being straight up, I would like to help you in chat by giving help using GR3. I would like a chat tag if possible. I do appreciate the help. I don't have the permission to do the chat tag at this time, but I do appreciate. And also we are watching radar here ourselves, but do appreciate the offer there. That is appreciated. But again, we are watching things behind the scenes here, of course. But thank you. That is appreciated. And so let's pop back on the consumers map. Okay. So this severe thunderstorm warning is going to drop off here in the next minute for Kalamazoo County, meaning we don't have anything active across the West Michigan weather coverage area. I'll stick around just for a few more minutes just to make sure nothing new comes into effect, because I do see our line in St. Joseph County, at least from the Grand Rapids radar, might be picking up a bit of steam again near the Three Rivers area. We'll take a look at velocity on that. Nothing extremely impressive from that perspective. Unfortunately, we're kind of in that spot where none of the radars really get a good view of it. However, Detroit radar, at least very high up, continues to show some signs of gustier winds. Near the Three Rivers area is a bit noisy, but up higher we are still seeing some signs of gustier winds there as well, near the Three Rivers area along that section of the line. But just with reflectivity trends, might be beginning to pick up a bit of steam. And I will also say we might have it interacting with an outflow boundary. The storm might be kind of interacting with the outflow boundary again. That might allow it to get a little bit stronger again And we are seeing some signs of maybe a weak circulation near the Centerville area over towards the Nottawa area as well. So that is something we're going to have to watch, a weak circulation there. No active warnings or anything like that, but just something we are watching behind the scenes. Now we'll eventually be heading towards the Fairfax and Colon area. So that is something we'll have to watch over the next few minutes as well. Some signs of weak rotation, just where this storm's kind of interacting with the outflow boundary. Maybe a little bit more rotation near the Parkville area. That could just be noise as well. Let me look at reflectivity. I think that's just more noise more than anything. Oops, wrong product. There we go. But just where it's kind of interacting with that outflow boundary there, we could be seeing a pocket of some gustier winds near the Centerville area. And that will be heading towards the Colon area. Colon area over the Colon area, excuse me, over the next few minutes. It's been a long day here, so you might have to bear with me on some of the pronunciations. But again, we are watching some pockets of maybe some gustier winds and some weak rotation that we'll have to watch over the next few minutes. But otherwise, we don't have any active severe thunderstorm warnings at this point in time, which is good news. However, we do continue with a flood advisory there across Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties along the Interstate 94 corridor. And then it looks like these storms are also picking up near the south, especially south of the Lansing area in the Ingham counties, back west towards several portions of Berry County. We're also seeing very torrential downpours, frequent cloud-to-ground lightning, and still maybe the potential for some gusty winds as well. No active severe warnings with this activity, but we are continuing to watch it closely. Let's go to velocity real quick. Make sure we're not missing anything obvious. Just some occasional pockets of gusty winds, maybe to around 30, 40. Okay, as I say that, we got a new severe thunderstorm warning coming in now for portions of Ingham County. This is for portions of Ingham County. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect. And this goes until, as it comes into our system here. Page. Does that to do that? There we go. Severe thunderstorm warning for portions of Ingham County until 7:30 this evening. As it comes into our system now. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of Ingham County. Excuse me, until 7:30 p.m. this evening. At 6:32 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near the Mason area, moving off to the east at 30 miles per hour. Hazard of this is 60 mile per hour wind gusts, along with the potential for quarter-sized hail. This is radar indicated. Potential impact hail damage to vehicles is expected. Expect wind damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted by the severe thunderstorm include Lansing. This is mainly the southeast side of Lansing that we'll be watching for this. That is in the polygon. Some other locations include Mason, the East Lansing area, Williamston, Weberville, Okemos, the Bell Oak area, Holt, and Hazlet. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, this is moving off to the east at around 30 miles per hour. Taking a look at radar here, I am seeing some higher dBz values pop up, over 60 dBz near the Holt area, just south of the Michigan State University area. That will be tracking towards Meridian and Williamston over the next several minutes. We'll switch to another product here called the vertical integrated liquid, and we are showing a potential hail core near the Holt area that will be tracking towards the Meridian and Williamston areas, potentially the south side of Okemos as well. North of Mason, we are seeing, once we get into these colors, that is generally a sign that we start seeing some larger hail be possible. Hence the warning being tagged for up to quarter-sized hail. So we'll go back to reflectivity here. If you're near the Holt area, North Aurelius, Mason areas, the Meridian area. Okemos, I think the worst part of this storm will stay just a hair to your south, but as a course of least regret, do remain indoors in that sturdy structure. Same with the Michigan State University area. East Lansing, the bulk of it is just outside the polygon, but you're close enough to still have lightning dangers, so still get inside. We have the Meridian area, Williamston, over towards Bell Oak, Weberville, the Vantown area, the Pollock area as well. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:30 this evening for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter-size hail. Let's go to velocity on this. I do think there could be maybe a little bit of broad rotation or a downburst type signature near the whole area. That is where we could be seeing some gustier winds. Also out ahead of that towards north of Mason over towards Meridian, that is where we're seeing some potential for gusty winds. So we'll go to the Detroit radar, see if we can get another look. Nothing particularly impressive showing up on the Detroit radar either, but that does not mean nothing is ongoing. And it looks like we got another severe thunderstorm warning actually coming down the wire now. And that is for portions of St. Joseph and Branch counties. So this is a new severe thunderstorm warning that has now been issued. And that goes until, give me just a moment to pull up the text. For Branch and St. Joseph counties until 7 o'clock this evening. That is for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That is what we were mentioning earlier when I showed you that area of broad rotation potentially. So again, the National Weather Service, this is Northern Indiana issuing this, a severe thunderstorm warning for St. Joseph and Western Branch counties in southwest Michigan. This goes until 7 o'clock this evening for the potential again of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. At 6:35 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along the line extending from 8 miles to the northwest of the Colon area to 6 miles southeast, of White Pigeon, moving off to the east at 55 miles per hour. Again, the primary hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and the source is radar indicated. Impact, expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. We also have to watch for continued power outage potential. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. So we'll go ahead and do the who's in, who's out routine. White Pigeon, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, along with the Centerville area, the Nottawa area, over towards the Leonidas area, the Colon area, Sturgis, Fawn River area, over towards the Gilead area, East Gilead, or Gilead, Bronson, the Burr Oak area, Mattison, Sherwood, the Union City area, Union City, Hodunk, Batavia Center, Batavia, over towards the Lockwood area. And Coldwater, you are just outside of this polygon, but a heads up for you, if these storms hold their strength, additional warnings may be required. But taking a look at this storm is what we were talking about earlier, as it kind of interacts with the outflow boundary again. It has picked up a little bit of strength. We'll go to velocity on this. This is from the Northern Indiana radar. And I do think the best potential for potential damaging winds will be near the Findlay, Fairfax, and Colon areas. That is where we're watching for the potential of strong to potentially damaging wind gusts. Still some signs of some very broad rotation. Not necessarily tornadic, but definitely a signs of some gustier winds there. Potentially taking a look at it from Detroit, maybe. Never mind. But, okay. So, again, not really anything extremely impressive on either one of the radars, or either one of the three radars we're looking out of Northern Indiana, Grand Rapids, and Detroit. However, the best potential for damaging wind, in my opinion, is going to be in this area here. as it continues to move off to the east. So, again, near the Colon area, Fairfax, Burr Oak, over towards the Madison area, Bronson, and eventually the Batavia area as well. Sherwood as well. You'll likely start seeing some gustier winds over the next couple of minutes. So definitely do head inside. So let's go back to reflectivity here. And again, we'll loop it and show that these storms are continuing to move off to the east, in addition to the damaging wind potential, torrential rainfall, and frequent cloud lightning. So if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning polygon, definitely do head indoors, preferably into a sturdy structure away from windows. Taking a live broad work across West Michigan, we do continue with the strong to severe thunderstorms, mainly across southeastern portions of our coverage area at this point in time. That's where the strongest storms currently are. If you're west of US 131, we'll have to see what these cells out to the west do, but I think the severe weather threat is lower with this activity. We'll watch it, but again, these storms out ahead of it and the rain ongoing, it's probably washing out our instability. And as we get closer to the 8, 9, 10 p.m. time frame, which is when this severe thunderstorm watch does expire, I do think we'll be done with the severe weather threat for the evening. Not necessarily the shower and thunderstorm threat, but the severe weather threat will be backing off by then. We do continue with two active severe thunderstorm warnings in the West Michigan weather coverage area. That is for portions of northern Ingham County and most recently St. Joseph counties, roughly the eastern third of the county, eastern two-thirds, I should say, of the county, and roughly the western half of Branch County. And then we also have a flood advisory for I-94 corridor near the Kalamazoo and Battle Creek areas, where we've had training thunderstorms produce some likely areas of flooding as well. And the next area, looking at the reflectivity loop, the next area I'm going to highlight for potential concern. Again, whether the trigger on an advisory or not is obviously the decision of the National Weather Service. However, if I have to highlight an area of next potential concern for localized flooding, it is going to be the green area I just circled. So really from the Lansing area south over towards the Charlotte area, towards the Marshall area and north of Jackson, so like the Onondaga, Mason areas. That is my next area of concern for localized flooding, as we have evidence of training thunderstorms once again, and with the copious amount of moisture in place today, we do have efficient rainfall producers that could drop some localized flooding. We have seen rain rates. In fact, I will pull that up here momentarily. Excuse me. Rain rates of, let's put a 1 hour rainfall product. We are showing approaching over 2 inches of rain, approaching 2.5 inches of rain near the Olivet area up towards Battle Creek, north of Marshall there, over towards the Penfield area, Lee Center. We are seeing pockets of between 1 to 2+ inches of rain in 1 hour. That stretches from the Kalamazoo area back towards the Olivet area, towards Eaton Rapids as well. We are seeing a pocket of 1 to 2 inches of rain or over 2 inches of rain in 1 hour. That is a lot of rain in a short period of time, and that is how we get some flooding issues to concern. So in that area I just highlighted, I would not be surprised to see a flood advisory get issued as well if current trends continue. So let's go to storm total accumulation. In storm total, this is for the entire day. We are starting to approach 3 inches of rain north of the Battle Creek and Marshall areas in northern Calhoun County. This is radar estimated. Radar's not perfect. We would want to see ground reports for that. But very, very heavy rainfall across this region definitely could cause some flooding issues. So, and then I will say, when they do that, so if I'm just warning. Good news for the Ingham County severe thunderstorm warning. They have updated it to back off the hail from quarter size. The hail has been backed off from quarter size to now less than 3/4 of an inch. So small hail still remains possible, but is unlikely to be severe at this point. But we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Nothing obvious on velocity. We'll go back to reflectivity. We'll go to the vertically integrated liquid product. And we still are showing a bit of a hail core near the meridian area. And that is generally where the strongest winds will in general be as well. It's with the hail cores as well. So near the meridian area, that's heading towards Williamston over the next few minutes. That is where your best potential for small hail and damaging winds will continue to be. That'll be heading towards the Williamston, Weberville, and Bell Oak areas over the next several minutes. Go back to reflectivity again. We are still showing a few pixels around 60 dBz there near the meridian area as well. So some very, very heavy rainfall along with the potential and dangerous cloud ground lightning on the frequent side, along with small hail potential and continued damaging wind potential to around 60 miles per hour across the northern sections of Ingham County. The city of Lansing, for the most part, unless you're near the very far southeast corner, city of Lansing is not included in this severe thunderstorm warning. You may still see some shower and thunderstorm activity down the line. We'll just the activity back towards Charlotte, but no active severe thunderstorm warning at this point for the city of Lansing. We'll check on this activity back towards Charlotte as well. And we're seeing maybe some signs of gustier winds there near the Charlotte area. We're seeing some signs of maybe some gustier winds. As we go back to reflectivity, you can see how it kind of bows out a little bit there. No active warnings or anything, but just something we are watching. We do continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for the next 13 minutes until 7 o'clock for eastern St. Joseph and western Branch counties. Our storms are located over the Sturgis area, over the Colon area, the Leonidas area. That will be moving east towards the Union City, Madison, Bronson areas over the next few minutes, and down the line towards Coldwater. Lynn in YouTube chat saying Ithaca here, cloudy, but looks like this is south of us. Thanks. Well, yes, it does look like most of this, as of right now, is staying south of the Ithaca area. And I do appreciate that report in the chat, and you are very welcome. Thanks for tuning into this live coverage here. But let's go back to our severe thunderstorm warning down in the St. Joseph and Cass counties. Take a look at velocity. And I do think the highest wind potential continues to be on the leading edge of this line, towards the Madison area, Bronson, down towards the state line. I am still showing maybe a very broad weak circulation near the Madison area. Nothing imminently concerning. In fact, the latest scan just come in. Could be a bit of noise, but still showing a bit of circulation near the Madison area, northwest of the Bronson area. I'll go ahead and highlight the area I'm looking at for a potential weak circulation. Nothing imminently tornadic. In fact, oops, recircle that. There we go. And we'll go over the debris tracker just to make sure we're not. Reflectivity. Okay, that's not in the high reflectivity, so it's probably just inflow. Okay, that's just inflow there. That is not tornado debris. I'll go back to CC. That is on the lower end of values. You might tend to think that is debris. However, going to reflectivity, that is not in the higher reflectivity values. Therefore, it is more likely to be inflow when in front of. This is wind from in front of the storm. It's kicking up dust, insects, stuff like that. But nothing tornadic, I don't believe, at this time with this activity. We're continuing to watch it, but nothing imminently tornadic, I do not think, as with that area. So, but okay. So we do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. It'll be interesting what they decide to do with it as it moves when it expires as it continues to move towards the cold water area. It will be interesting to see if they either extend the severe thunderstorm warning east or go with a special weather statement or something of that nature. But however, we'll take one more look at our severe thunderstorm warning in Ingham County. And not extremely impressive velocity from either to Detroit. Grand Rapids radar. Let's go to Grand Rapids. Nothing extremely impressive. That does not mean we don't have damaging winds ongoing. I will say the DBZs have been, the decibels have been kind of backing off a little bit on it. And we'll go to vertically integrated liquid. It's still elevated. However, the vertically integrated liquid scans are a bit delayed. We are watching another corridor near the Charlotte area that could be some smaller hail. However, at least the presentation on reflectivity, it's looking a bit more messy again, not quite as organized, which is good news. However, we do continue with this severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of Ingham County for the next 39 minutes until 7:30. If it continues on its weakening trend, then I suspect the warning will probably be canceled early. But in the meantime, if you're in the Williamston, Holt areas towards Weberville, continue to remain inside, preferably on the sturdy structure on the lowest floor, most preferably away from windows. We're continuing to watch this storm near the Charlotte area as well. That could be doing some signs of some gustier winds as well near the Charlotte area. Just kind of where it kind of bows out just a little bit there. Trying to highlight that with my mouse. That is where maybe some gustier winds. Definitely a lot of lightning with this storm. And very torrential downpours as well. Taking a wider look at the entire situation across West Michigan. Again, the bulk of this activity is near and south of the I-96 corridor. We have couple severe thunderstorm warnings continuing across southeastern portions of our coverage area. We do have some additional storms over the lake as well. However, I don't think the severe threat will be too awfully high, as these storms moving to the east now will probably most likely taking the instability needed for further severe weather. However, we will continue to watch these as they continue to move off to the east. It looks like the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids, just as a side note, it looks like they are allowing our heat advisory to drop off. Let me double check that. It does look like our heat advisory just fell off the screen there. So the heat advisory has been canceled. That is what I suspected. Heat advisory canceled for Allegan, Berry, Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Gratiot, Ingham, Ionia, Isabella, Jackson, Kalamazoo, Kent, Montcalm, Ottawa, and Van Buren counties. So the areas across West Michigan that were in the heat advisory earlier today, that has been canceled, as these storms and other factors have allowed temperatures to drop below heat advisory criteria. Still on the humid side out there, still warm, but not quite advisory criteria now. It does look like we are getting an update to the severe thunderstorm watch as well. We'll see what that looks like momentarily here. Okay, looks like it's just a continuation. It does look like northern Indiana might have. Alright, Berrien County, it does look like you are being dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch at this point in time. I'll wait for it to come across chat to confirm. But, okay. So it does look like, if you read the text here, if you are in Allegan, Ionia, Kent, Ottawa, and Van Buren counties in the National Weather Service Grand Rapids warning area, you are being dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. It is not fully reflected on our system yet, but Allegan, Ionia, Kent, Ottawa, and Van Buren counties and those near shore waters, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch continues for Berry, Calhoun, Clinton, Eaton, Ingham, Jackson, and Kalamazoo counties. You continue under the severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. However, with current radar trends, I do suspect that this watch might end up being canceled early, but it's just something we will have to continue to watch. And it looks like severe thunderstorm watch. Yes, and also Berrien County, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch as well. So, latest update that is not fully reflected on our system yet. I'll take off radar, but I'll go ahead and kind of try and illustrate what I'm talking about here. If you are in, let me pull it over to another monitor momentarily. Okay. If you are in, let's see, if you're on the near shore waters, you have been dropped. Of Lake Michigan, you have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch, and also Berrien, Van Buren, Allegan, Ottawa County, Kent County, and Ionia County as well. You have been dropped from the severe thunderstorm watch. The green X's you see here, the severe thunderstorm watch has been canceled. And in another update to pass along, the severe thunderstorm warning for Ingham County has been canceled. That is kind of what I was suspecting with the reflectivity presentation. It looks like that storm is starting to back off and straight, and they have canceled the severe thunderstorm warning for Ingham County. So let me clear this and go back to radar. Get radar back up. That leaves one severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our coverage area, and that is for eastern St. Joseph and western Branch counties. That continues for the next 3 minutes, actually. So we will have to see what they decide. Oh, there we go. New severe thunderstorm warning has been extended now for the rest of Branch County into western Hillsdale County as well. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming down the wire. That is for, as I pull it up here, is for, let me just for a second, guys. Okay, there we go. That is for, again, Branch, Hillsdale, and far eastern St. Joseph counties as well. You are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Branch, Hillsdale, and far southeastern corner of St. Joseph counties. That goes until 7:30 this evening for the potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That has been the general theme of our severe thunderstorm warnings today. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts with some isolated instances of hail as well. But this goes again until 7:30 this evening. At 6:56 p.m., severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from Union City, 6 miles southeast of Sturgis, and this is moving off to the east at around 50 miles per hour. So, moving fairly quickly there. Again, the hazard is 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that is it continues to be radar indicated. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Some locations impacted by this severe thunderstorm include the Coldwater, Hillsdale, Bronson areas, towards Jonesville, the Fremont, Quincy areas, Union City, Litchfield, the Reading area, Long Lake, the Ray area, Cambria, the Girard area, Kinderhook, Fawn River, the Batavia area, California, Burr Oak, Gilead, and Camden. This includes Interstate 69 in Michigan between mile markers 1 and 21. So we'll say Interstate 69 from the Calhoun County line down towards the state line. I would not advise traveling along the I-69 corridor, and neither the US 12 corridor at this time as well, between, we'll say, Sturgis and eventually towards Jonesville. I would recommend you avoid travel. Let these storms pass through first. Just with the torrential rainfall, high winds, and frequent lightning, it's just not a good time to really drive out there if you can avoid it. Again,
This is Jonah. Jacob, are you there?
Yep, I am. What you got?
Hey, just curious what your status was. I haven't been able to look at anything in the last hour.
All right. We are continuing with some severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly for now into Branch and Hillsdale counties. It does include the far southeastern corner of St. Joseph, but that's heading out of the county. We did have a warning earlier for Ingham County briefly, but that has since been canceled. It was just one of those pulse up type of deals, but mainly as of right now, we are continuing with severe thunderstorm warnings for far southeastern St. Joseph, but mainly in the Branch and Hillsdale counties.
Okay, thanks. I won't keep you too long then. Just a quick update on my end. I've changed the tire and I'm en route back to headquarters, but I'm not available for any kind of storm chasing any longer due to being on a donut.
All right. Well, thanks for the update there. Be safe heading back to headquarters.
Will do. Let me know if you need something. I'll be on Zello for a bit.
All right. Sounds good. Clear. All right. So that was just an update from Jonah. He is safely on the donut and heading back to headquarters. Unfortunately, we will not have any more live cam feeds or anything like that from tonight for tonight, unfortunately. But we will continue with radar coverage here until these severe warnings clear our coverage area. So we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning. In fact, the only severe thunderstorm warning in effect for our coverage area that continues for the far southeastern portions of St. Joseph County, but mainly in the Branch and Hillsdale counties. And that goes until 7:30 this evening for the potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We're looking at this line of storms from near the Union City area down towards the state line. And we're going to take a look at velocity now. And I will say the greatest potential for damaging winds will be near the outflow boundary. I am seeing a few pixels. We're just getting a new scan in here. I will say the outflow boundary is getting a little bit ahead of the storms again. If that continues to happen, then these storms will be on a weakening trend as well. But again, the highest wind potential, Girard area, are likely getting into gustier winds at this time. Coldwater as well, over towards the Bethel area, over towards the Kinderhook area as well over the next few minutes. Bronson, over towards the Batavia and Madison areas. You are getting on the backside of this storm. And generally, in most cases with these storms, it is along the leading edge where you'll contain where you experience the strongest, most damaging winds. And then once the rain picks up, you'll still be windy, but it'll start to back off with time. So again, it is along the leading edge of this line that we'll have to watch for damaging wind potential. But again, as I'm noting here, at least on the south side of this line, the outflow is starting to outrun the storms again. If it continues to outrun it, we will eventually see a weakening trend as it continues to head off to the east. But nonetheless, Bronson, Union City, Coldwater, over towards Jonesville and Hillsdale, you continue under this severe thunderstorm warning, and you do want to remain inside in that sturdy structure, preferably away from windows. Let these storms move on through. We're gonna reset and take a general look at the situation. In fact, there it goes. It just updated our severe thunderstorm watch to remove the counties I mentioned earlier. So, but we do continue it from the Lansing area south. We do continue with a severe thunderstorm watch until 10 p.m. But taking a wider look at the radar situation, we continue with strong to severe thunderstorms, mainly to the south of the I-96 corridor. If you're north of I-96, you're not really seeing all that much. Maybe a few rain showers off to the north near the Ludington area, south of there. Just a few light showers potentially, but not much in the way of activity there, which is why we really haven't been talking about your guys' areas up to the north. There really just hasn't been much out there. We are watching some additional storm activity over the lake that we are going to be watching, of course. However, I do think the severe weather threat with that activity is lower, as its rain and storm activity that has already moved through the area has kind of eaten into the instability. and therefore we don't have as much fuel for these storms to work with and become severe. You could still see some torrential downpours, still some lightning with that, but I don't think the severe threat of these storms are as high as the storms that are currently moving through our southeastern coverage area. Let's get an update here, see what that is about. It's Detroit. Okay. So not necessarily here. But outside of the severe thunderstorm warning, as I was mentioning, we continue with strong thunderstorms. No special weather statements or anything like that currently in effect. But we also continue with these storms. Does look like that is in southeast lower though, but a new severe thunderstorm warning. Heads up for severe thunderstorm watch, excuse me. Severe thunderstorm watch for portions of southeast lower, including the Detroit metro. So for those of you that are watching, if you have any friends or family out in the Detroit metro, let them know they do have a severe thunderstorm watch that is now in effect until midnight tonight, and that is for isolated damaging wind gusts up to 65 miles per hour. That is in southeast lower Michigan, including the Detroit metro area and surrounding areas. So like Ann Arbor, Pontiac, Monroe areas, Adrian area as well. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight as these storms set near and south of the I-96 corridor continue to push off to the east. So again, not in our coverage area, but since I know we have viewers watching that might have family out in that area, might be a good idea to let them know of that. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight for the continued potential of isolated damaging wind gusts. But focusing on our storms, we continue with this line of strong to severe thunderstorms, tracking from near the Lansing area through the Albion area towards Coldwater, and that continues to move off to the east. So, as it clears the I-6, I will say we're going to have to watch that near Lansing. No warning on it. Let me check velocity. Alright, nothing extremely significant there, but just with that kind of bowing shape showing up a little bit there near the Grand Ledge area, we have to kind of watch that for the potential of maybe some gustier winds there. Heading into the Lansing area, let's go through the Grand Ledge area towards Diamonddale. That'll be heading into the Lansing area over the next several minutes. So at least heavy torrential downpours and frequent cloud to ground lightning, but I would not be so surprised to see some gustier winds there. Maybe on the order of 40 miles an hour or so, heading into the Lansing area there over the next few minutes. We also continue with just non-severe thunderstorms currently from the Onondaga towards the Albion area. Take a look at velocity. Nothing extremely impressive there, but still some gustier winds will remain possible with that, in addition to the torrential rainfall and frequent cloud ground lightning. So the Albion area over towards Onondaga, Spring Arbor, the Jackson area, the Leone area down the line, Napoleon, and Waterloo Village. Just be aware that we are continuing with thunderstorm potential over the next hour or two in your guys' area when thunder warners go indoors. We do continue with our one active severe thunderstorm warning for the next 20 minutes or so for our storms near the heading into the Coldwater area right now, into Branch County, and into western portions of Hillsdale County for for um uh, for our potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Excuse me. Little Rave YT saying slight shock strike list wasn't added sooner though. Well, I will say there's been a lot of uncertainty among the model guidance today, especially the HER and whatnot. There's just been a lot of uncertainty among the model guidance, especially the high resolution, which is why I don't think they pulled the trigger on the slight risk until what was happening up north and radar trends indicated that we would start to see more activity down this way. So I think it was justified in the timing, to be honest, but again, we were in a marginal risk before the slight risk. That's still a severe weather threat, just on the lower end. And Kat in the YouTube chat saying, thank you for updating in the Lansing area. How about south of Lansing? Thanks, enjoying your channel. Well, first off, appreciate you joining us here. And I do think south of Lansing, so for like the Mason, Leslie, Jackson areas down towards Hillsdale. This is the area we're going to be focusing in the short term for continued severe weather. I will highlight that. Oops, let me redraw that. So if you're near and south of the Lansing area, so again the Coldwater, Hillsdale areas, you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. But also like the Mason over towards Williamston areas, Jackson, Brooklyn areas, and points east, especially in the southeast lower, we do continue with a severe weather threat. Although as we get later in the evening, that will tend to back off a little bit. But at least in the short term in our coverage area, it is Lansing South that we are going to be continuing to watch, at least for the next couple of hours. Excuse me, maybe the next hour or two, for a continued isolated severe weather threat, primarily with damaging winds. So, hopefully that answers your question there. So, but again, for the next hour or two, it is going to be the Lansing area south that we will be watching in our coverage area along the US 127 corridor for potential severe weather the next hour or two. And then I think we'll be able to scale back on severe weather for this evening at least. But again, we'll go back to our severe thunderstorm warning, go back to the northern Indiana radar. And again, the Girard area, Coldwater, Bethel areas, you are seeing the very torrential downpours, frequent lightning and frequent cloud to ground lightning, excuse me, and strong the damaging winds. Julie in the YouTube chat saying gusty in Albion. Thank you for the report. That is what we were just mentioning there. You're in the thick of it there right now, and I would not be surprised about the gusty winds. Nothing super ominous to me, but I would not rule out the gusty winds there. Maybe a little bit of broad rotation near the Bath Mills area. Probably not tornadic, probably just more maybe some enhanced gusty winds there near the Bath Mills area heading towards Concord. But let's go back to the other radar, northern Indiana. I will say we are seeing a little bit of brighter reds showing up near the Tecumseh area, the Girard area over towards Coldwater. That is where, if we're going to have damaging winds, I do think that's where it will be, along with areas near the outflow boundary as well. So Quincy down towards the state line. That is where we're seeing the outflow boundary. And that is where sometimes, like in the Kinderhook area, you'll see the winds get gusty with the outflow boundary, and then the rain will be a little bit delayed. Let's go back to reflectivity. I think that illustrates it a little bit better. And yes, the outflow boundary is stretching from Quincy down towards the Fisher area, the Algonquin area, towards California, Michigan. That is where we're seeing this outflow boundary that is getting a little bit out ahead of the storms again. While that does not completely negate the severe threat, at least in the short term, as it continues with time off to the east, if it continues with its trend of the the rain-cooled outflow outrunning the storms, that will eventually cut them off and start to cause them to lose their strength to some extent. So that is a trend we're going to have to be watching heading towards, especially once it gets east of Hillsdale and into southeast lower, which is why they went isolated and not scattered damaging winds over there. That is mainly because, yes, those storms will generally start to lose some strength as they head over there with a later timing, but still some potential for isolated damaging wind gusts out towards the Detroit area. So, again, taking an overall reset of the situation, we also still continue with our flood advisory across portions of Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties where we've seen the heavier rains from earlier. And I would not be surprised for those of you in the Lansing area where the typical flooding spots, like I know towards Potter Park Zoo, that railroad bridge there near there, I know that typically floods in heavier rainfall events. That is likely to start occurring soon if it hasn't happened already. And other typical known flooding spots in the Lansing area, that is the area that is what we'll have to be watching for across Lansing area, and then especially in the flood advisory area, where we still continue with light to moderate rain. So, if you do encounter any flooded roadways, not just in the flood advisory area, but really anywhere, especially south of 96 this evening, turn around, don't drown. Your best bet is to find an alternative route. Don't risk yourself or your vehicle. Try and drive through a flooded roadway. Just turn around, find another way. That's going to be your best bet. So, however, I will say with these storms passing the I-69 corridor right now, if you're near and northwest of the I-69 corridor, your severe weather threat is wrapping up for the evening. There are a couple additional storm cells that we are watching over Lake Michigan. However, they're not really all that impressive. In fact, it does look like they already might be backing off slightly. That could still produce maybe some heavier downpours briefly, some additional lightning, but the severe weather threat with that activity is what is low. And I do think we will be done with the severe weather threat, at least in our coverage area, once again, probably around 8, 9 o'clock or so. I think we'll be done locally as these storms continue to push off to the east. And again, if you're north of 96 especially, you're not really seeing all that much. Maybe some shower activity, but not really all that much for those of you in the Alma, Ithaca areas up towards Mount Pleasant, which I know seen some storms earlier, but not really all that much there. But those of you that have seen storms this evening, especially south of I-96, although with the stronger storms we did have north of there earlier as well, if you have any damage reports to pass along, those would be greatly appreciated. You can submit those to us. You can do so in the chat while we are live streaming. I do have chat open, and we will be able to see those reports you may submit to us. You can also tag us on social media. We will be watching there as well, and we also have a website to where you can submit those storm reports as well. That is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Once again, that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. That is where you can submit those storm reports to us. That'll greatly help us out and all of our friends at the National Weather Service as well. So again, we're going to divert from radar real quick. We'll take a look at some power outages real quick, actually. Let's go over to my other source. And we do continue with isolated, scattered power outages. We do have some new outages popping up, as a matter of fact. Excuse me, in the Branch County area. Some isolated outages popping up where the severe thunderstorm warning was in effect. One north of the Sherwood area near Athens. Looks like one north of Coldwater and one towards the state line. Near the East Gilead area, southwest of Kinderhook, it looks like we have an outage. Back to the west, maybe an isolated outage there, east of Sturgis. And then some other outages. It does look like across Eaton County we do have some outages. Southeast of the Charlotte area, and then another one in Ingham County towards the Leslie area. Near Onondaga and Leslie, we do have an outage, it appears. And then a few isolated outages there in the East Lansing, Okemos area from the earlier severe thunderstorm warning there too. Nothing particularly widespread, fortunately, but still some isolated, scattered outages across the area. And that includes some of the earlier storms we had across Van Buren and Kalamazoo counties into Calhoun County as well. So, and then further to the north, we do have outages in the St. John's area from the earlier strong thunderstorm, we had up there. But fortunately, it does look, then some more outages there in northern Genesee County. It's outside of our coverage area, but there was a severe thunderstorm warning there earlier, so I figured that's worth mentioning. But fortunately, it appears the more scattered, more widespread outages have been across northeastern, lower north of the US 10 corridor. That is fortunately where we've had, well, not fortunately, I should say unfortunately for them, but fortunately it appears in our coverage area the most widespread outages have been staying to the north. Unfortunately for them, I should say, but which if you do lose power, do keep in mind, although while we don't have it won't be quite as warm. We're not at heat advisory levels. We're still gonna be humid tonight with low temperatures, still in the lower 70s for the most part. So that is something you're gonna have to keep in mind as well if you do lose power. I don't know if since you won't have air conditioning unless you have a generator or something like that. If there is a way you can get to an air conditioned space for tonight, hopefully, since we are more scattered in nature, hopefully that will allow consumers to get consumers energy and other power companies such as Indiana Michigan Power. Hopefully they will get most of that restored tonight. But if not, if you need to find a cooler space to go for tonight, that might not be a bad idea if you are able to do so. We'll go to the Indiana Michigan power outage map. There's that. And we are continuing to show some outages on an isolated to scattered basis across southwest Michigan as well, from our earlier severe thunderstorm warning there as well. Not particularly widespread, but definitely some isolated to maybe some scattered outages. I'll go to zip code. I'll hopefully illustrate that a little bit better. Definitely some isolated power outages in the southwest Michigan as well, and the Indiana Michigan power territory as well. So, private loss 99. That does not make any sense. We don't need to be doing that. In chat here. Okay. Alright, we continue with this severe thunderstorm warning to I'm in Detroit. So in Detroit, thank you for watching from Detroit. Let's try to be reasonable in chat if you could. But we thank you for watching. Be aware of the weather later on this evening. But we do continue with our one severe thunderstorm warning across mainly Branch County at this point. I know southeastern St. Joseph, you're technically still in the warning, but the storms are well east of your area, so I can give an all clear at this point for southeastern St. Joseph counties. It looks like the good news is they are going to let this warning expire at 7:30 p.m. The severe thunderstorm warning for Branch, St. Joseph, and Western Hillsdale counties will be allowed to expire as the severe thunderstorm is weakening below severe limits and is no longer a direct threat to life and property. Let me go back to radar here as a matter of fact. And there we go. They're allowing this severe thunderstorm warning to expire at 7:30. As I was indicating earlier, the outflow is starting to get ahead of these storms quite a bit again. So hopefully that is a sign of these storms starting to back off a little bit in strength. But however, gusty winds do continue to remain possible along with heavy rainfall and frequent lightning. I'll take one more look at velocity on that. While it is backing up, at least in this area, I will say we are seeing maybe some higher winds in southeastern Calhoun County, potentially near the Homer area. We are seeing a little bit of brighter red. So maybe some higher winds starting to become evident in southeastern Calhoun. That will be heading into southern Jackson County down the line as well. So heads up for like the Concord area, Pulaski, over towards Spring Arbor and Hanover. Eventually towards the Jackson area, especially south as well. Over towards the Liberty area. We are watching maybe some signs, at least from the northern Indiana radar, of some hot gustier winds moving into your areas over the next little while. So no warning or special weather statement or anything of that nature in effect yet, but something we are going to be watching for over the next several minutes. We'll take a look from the Grand Rapids radar, and it's a little less obvious from that perspective, but still, however, some gustier winds will continue to remain possible in the southern Jackson County over the next little while. So we are going to let this warning go until 7:30, then we'll reassess the situation depending on how that goes, we may be able to scale back live coverage. However, I don't want to immediately jump off and then have to hop right back on when we get another warning. So we'll kind of assess the situation and go from there. So we'll go back to reflectivity in the meantime. And I will say this line is not really looking quite as impressive overall as it was earlier. That does not mean the severe threat's completely over, but just that we may be kind of crossing the bridge and heading on the other side of the severe threat, particularly as it leaves our area over the next hour or so. Hour or two at the most, I think we'll be done with the severe weather in the West Michigan area. So we'll take a look at it from Detroit, actually. The area I was just watching. Alright, Detroit radar kind of agrees with northern Indiana. Perhaps a pocket of gustier winds there near the Homer area. Given this is several thousand feet up, but 60-mile-per-hour winds becoming evident on radar from Detroit at near the Homer area heading towards Pulaski and towards the Concord area. Again, there's no active warnings or anything of that nature in effect with it, but just considering we have 2 radars showing potential for higher wind there, given they are looking a little higher up, but we still want to exercise caution with that. So I'm going to loop this so I can get a bearing on where we're going with it. Oops, there we go. I am going to highlight if it's mainly this area in the short term. I am watching the potential for some gustier winds over the next little while, mainly near and south of I-94 in Jackson County. So Jackson area, Spring Arbor, Leone, and Napoleon in the short term. There's no active warning or anything like that, but I am watching possibly some signs of gustier winds continuing over the next little while. So just something we want you guys to be aware of for those of you watching in southern Jackson County. Just kind of head indoors and be alert for possible warning in the event one is issued. So we'll clear that. We'll go back to reflectivity. And so again, our severe thunderstorm warning, we technically still have until 7:30 for Branch and Hillsdale counties. However, they are allowing that to expire as that portion of the line as weakened below severe limits, and therefore we are going to be dealing with mainly a heavy rainfall and lightning threat into Hillsdale over the next few minutes. So then otherwise, if you're west of the 127 corridor at this point for the most part, or should I say north and west of I-69, you are done with the severe weather threat for tonight. You're still seeing some rainfall, maybe a few lightning strikes behind the line and the stratiform, but the severe weather threat is most done for the most part. We do still have a couple cells, although they seem to be on a weakening phase. Across Lake Michigan, that will be heading towards the South Haven area in the short term. However, those are on a weakening phase, it appears, and it is unlikely to hit severe limits. And then if you're north of 96, again, not too much going on. We'll go to composite so we can get a better look. We do have some additional showers that will be heading towards the area down the line as well overnight. Again, that is unlikely to be severe as well, but maybe some additional shower and thunderstorm activity. That'll be heading into our northwestern areas towards Ludington and whatnot through the evening into the overnight hours. This activity is unlikely to reach severe limits, but just still some rain, maybe a few rumbles of thunder will be possible as that moves in later this evening. However, our severe threat, I will say, is on a downward trend, but does continue in the short term for the next hour, maybe two, across the 127 corridor from Lansing south, so the Jackson areas, and then towards Hillsdale, although that portion of the line is weakening at this point. But still from Lansing down towards Jackson, towards Hillsdale, and points east, we do continue with the severe threat for this short from the short term in the for the next hour or two, we do continue with a lower end severe threat. But for areas west of that, you're done for this evening in terms of severe weather. So we'll take a look again at that area in Jackson County. Um, Spring Arbor area, you're seeing some stronger storms at this point. Go to velocity. Still nothing extremely impressive on the Grand Rapids radar. There's like maybe some 40-mile-an-hour gustier winds on the Grand Rapids radar. However, the Northern Indiana radar continues to do a little bit better job. Around 50 miles per hour up there near the Litchfield area over towards Pulaski and Concord into southwestern Jackson County. And then the Detroit radar is what I've really been watching in the short term for strong gusty wind potential. Probably maybe to around 40 to 50 miles an hour in the southwest Jackson County. Detroit radar is also still showing some gustier winds across northern Ingham County, although that will be pushing into Shiawassee and Genesee counties down the line as well. They do have a special weather statement in effect for Shiawassee and Genesee counties for potential of wind gusts up to 50 miles per hour, below severe limits, but that is getting up there. However, radar is indicating that potential over the next few minutes will be across northern Ingham County, northeastern Ingham County, into maybe portions of southeastern Clinton County near the Bath areas, north of the Meridian Williamston areas. Again, that will be pushing into Shiawassee County over the next several minutes. So, other than that, we do not have any active severe thunderstorm warnings at this time. I do want to stick around for a few more minutes, see what they're going to do with Jackson County, since that is the strongest portion of this line, and where we're watching in the short term for severe weather, continued severe weather at this point, is Jackson County. Just with the radars, some of the radars indicating potential gusty winds. I do want to stick around just for a few more minutes, just so I don't have to go off and then hop right back on when they issue a severe warning or something of that nature. So we will see within the next few minutes what National Weather Service in Grand Rapids is going to do about it. Private Ross in the YouTube chat saying rain good for farmers in West Michigan. Yes, we do need rain across portions of the area as well. In fact, I can go ahead and show the latest drought outlook. Yes, we do have areas of moderate drought across West Michigan, particularly the South Haven, Holland, Grand Haven area back towards Grand Rapids. And then we also have more areas of moderate to even severe drought up towards the US 127 corridor up in Clare through the Alma and Ithaca areas, Mount Pleasant, and then east towards the Tri-Cities and Thumb. That's where we're seeing some drought conditions as well. Localized severe drought there in the Tri-Cities area. So, yes, we do need the rain across West Michigan. But, however, if I go to the rainfall forecast, unfortunately, not really expecting a whole ton of rain where we need the rain. Still some, which is more than welcome, but just not really much to really put a dent in the drought, unfortunately. So, but again, heavier rainfall continues to be off to the south, where really we don't need the rain, because once you get southeast where I showed where the drought was, there's been good amounts of rain. So again, not really much luck yet in the areas that really need it, but hopefully that will change, hopefully in the not too distant future. But again, we are just sticking around to track this stronger storm. No active severe thunderstorm warnings or special weather statement, but just with radars indicating the potential for gusty winds. I'll go to Detroit again. I just do want to stick around for a few more minutes just to make sure we don't get one more severe thunderstorm warning, mainly for Jackson County at this point, and primarily the southern half of the county. So when I look at the Detroit next rad radar here, we are still showing pockets of 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, given this is a few thousand feet up. But we are still watching the potential there in the southern Jackson County of some gustier winds, probably at least 40 to 50 mile an hour. Gusts if I had to take a guess, to be honest, but still at least a potential for gusty to possibly damaging winds. Still a possibility in southern Jackson County over the next several minutes. No severe warnings, no special weather statements or anything like that. But just looking at the radar here, I'm not going to ignore it. So if you're in the Spring Arbor area, Jackson area, towards the Liberty, Brooklyn, and Napoleon areas down the line, Leone, just be aware we are still seeing some signs on radar of some gustier winds, and you definitely want to be inside as these storms pass through. Let's see, are we in range of we are starting to get in the range, in fact, of the Detroit Airport radar. That is the radar near Sumter Township in southwest Wayne County. That covers the Detroit Metropolitan Wayne County Airport. We are starting to get in the range of that, and this helps provide a lower level scan, mainly for southeast lower, but it does help in some of our fringe areas of Hillsdale, Jackson, into Ingham counties. In fact, there we go. The National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning now for southern portions of Jackson County that goes until 8:15. Again, the National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for roughly the southern half of Jackson County until 8:15 this evening, and that is for 60 mile per hour wind potential. As you can see on radar here, this is from the Detroit Metro Airport radar, and we are showing that potential near the Hanover area, especially right now. That is under 2,000 feet. We're showing winds over 60 miles per hour potentially near the Hanover area. So, again, that's a couple thousand feet up, but definitely at least 50 mile an hour winds are reaching the surface, if not 60 mile an hour winds. And take a look at outages behind the scenes. I'm starting to see some isolated outages pop up there and in the Lansing area as well, from that area of wind. But we're going to keep an eye on this in the short term. So if you're near the hand, here's what we're going to do. We're going to take radar off real quick so we can see who's in and who's out on the severe thunderstorm warning. Excuse me. Anyway, so if you're in the Pulaski and Concord areas, especially east of there, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. The Hanover area, Liberty, Brooklyn, Napoleon, the Leone area, Jackson, and Sandstone, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning. Vandercook Lake, the South Jackson area, Clark Lake, the Brooklyn area, again, Napoleon, Leone, Glass Lake, the Trist area, Roots, and Michigan Center, you are in the severe thunderstorm warning, and that again goes until 8:15 this evening. Pop radar back on the screen here. Reflectivity real quick, and I'll just switch to Detroit radar. So I'll go ahead and read off the warning text real quickly. National Weather Service in Grand Rapids has issued a severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County and south central Michigan until 8:15 p.m. this evening. At 7:35 p.m., a severe thunderstorm was located near Vandercook Lake, or 7 miles to the southwest of Jackson, moving off to the east at 45 miles per hour. Hazard again at 60 mile per hour wind gusts. That is radar indicated from both Detroit radar and terminal Doppler weather radar in southwest Wayne County. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. Expected impact from that. Locations impacted include, again, Jackson area, Brooklyn, Grass Lake, Vandercook Lake, Leone, Spring Arbor, Napoleon, the Sandstone area, Norvell, the Horton area, Parma, Hanover, the Jackson County Airport area, Oak Point, Liberty, Vineyard Lake areas, along with Clark Lake, Lake Columbia, and Michigan Center. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. Again, that this warning goes until 8:15 this evening. And that is primarily for this section of the line that we've been watching here. I've been seeing signs for the last little while showing some signs of stronger winds, and with enough data, the National Weather Service did decide to pull on a trigger for the severe thunderstorm warning there in southern Jackson County. So we'll go back to velocity real quick. Latest velocity scan. This is from the Detroit Airport radar. We are continuing to show signs of 50 to 60 mile per hour winds. Moving into the South Jackson area right now. Jackson, you're still going to see gusty winds. However, I think the strongest winds will stay to your south, at least looking from the Detroit Metro radar. But the South Jackson, Vandercook Lake area, over towards Liberty, Clark Lake, Napoleon, the Norvell area, over towards maybe Leone and Grass Lake, we are still seeing some signs of strong to damaging winds that will be heading in your guys' area over the next half hour or so, and therefore we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. We'll go back and take a broader radar check. This stuff looks like it's getting weak. Yes, we are generally seeing a weakening trend with this activity. As we get later into the evening, we'll lose the daytime heating. That will tend to continue. However, if it is heading into southeast lower end of the Detroit metro area, we will still have at least an isolated damaging wind potential. Again, that will tend to back off with time this evening, but at least for the next few hours, especially in the southeast lower, we will still have to watch for the potential isolated damaging wind gusts. The severe thunderstorm watch has been issued for that area to cover that potential. And Javier in chat is asking, can you check DeWitt? The DeWitt area, you're not seeing all that much. Just mainly some rain activity at this point. The strongest of these storms are off to your south and east, and the severe weather threat is likely done for the DeWitt area this evening. We still have lightning potentially on the backside of this system in the stratiform rain, but that is unlikely to be severe, so likely just rain and a few rumbles of thunder for the DeWitt area this evening, for the rest of this evening. However, we do continue with our one severe thunderstorm warning in the coverage area for southern Jackson County. And that continues until 8:15 this evening or for the next half hour. And also, JB, you don't need to be spamming the chat. You know, I do see it here, so don't need to be spamming it. So, totally miss Greenville. Chad is saying in chat. Unfortunately, yes, it did kind of bypass the Greenville area, the M57 corridor. I will say we did have a cell kind of pop up in the last few minutes. Unlikely to be severe, but looks like the Ashley area could have seen some heavier rain over the last few minutes, but that's unlikely to be severe. Just some heavier rainfall there for a brief period of time. But unfortunately, the Greenville area did kind of miss out. We will have to see what this activity off to the northwest does. We might be able to get some additional shower activity into the northwestern areas that did get missed out earlier. But that will depend on if this stuff can hold together as it pushes off to the south and east. This is unlikely to be severe, but just still some rain showers potentially, maybe a few rumbles of thunder, if we can get it to hold together long enough. But we'll go back and focus on our severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County. This is the Detroit radar. Looks like the strongest part of this storm's heading into the Jackson area right now, along with the Vandercook Lake, Liberty areas, over towards Clark Lake over the next several minutes. And then eventually towards the Leone, Grass Lake, Napoleon, Norvell, and Brooklyn areas. You remain under this severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So does the Waterloo Village and Waterloo State Recreation area. that you're also in the severe thunderstorm warning. Chad in chat saying any rain is good rain right now. That is definitely true. Any rain we can get in the drought areas, especially in West Michigan into Central Michigan up towards the Tri Cities, we can definitely use the rain up there, and we'll take anything we can get. I am looking at the power outage map behind the scenes. In fact, I'll take it full for just a moment. And we are starting to see some power outages around the Horton area near Hanover in southern Jackson County. We are seeing outages start to pop up, which is generally a sign that we do have strong and potentially damaging winds across southern Jackson County. So if you are in southern Jackson County, do remain inside that sturdy structure, preferably on the lowest floor away from windows. I'll let this storm pass on through. So, okay, let's go to velocity. We'll take a look from. Let's go back to radar actually. That might help. There we go. Let's go to velocity on it. And this is the Detroit next radar up in White Lake. And we are continuing to show winds of up to 50 to 60 miles per hour, a few thousand feet up. However, if we go to the terminal Doppler radar in southwest Wayne County, we are still showing some brighter colors. Maybe, okay, still 50, approaching 60 miles per hour there across southern Jackson County. So we do continue to see strong the damaging winds, especially across southern Jackson County, over towards the Hanover, Liberty, over heading towards the Napoleon area, excuse me, and Brooklyn as well. So if you are again, I would not be driving along US 127 right now, especially south of Jackson. I would avoid driving along that for the short term. Let these storms pass on through. And then even along I-94, even though you might not be seeing the highest of winds in that area, you're still seeing torrential rainfall and frequent lightning, and still some gusty winds, even though if they're not the strongest along the I-94 corridor. So I would avoid travel along the I-94 corridor between Sandstone, near the Parma area, and the Washtenaw County line. I would avoid travel along I-94, along with Highway 127 between Jackson and the Hillsdale County line, kind of where it meets with Lenawee County there. I would kind of just avoid that for the short term. Let these storms pass through, and then at least travel will be a little bit better once we get the heaviest rain out of here. So again, we do continue with our severe thunderstorm warning for the next 27 minutes for southern portions of Jackson County for the continued potential of 60 mile per hour winds. And hail, not really much in the way of hail potential with this, but again, very, very heavy rainfall in addition to the frequent cloud lightning and damaging winds. So we'll take a look again from the southwest Wayne County radar. Go back to velocity, and it does look like our strongest winds will be heading into the Napoleon area over the next several minutes. We do have power outages continuing to pop up. Look at the outage map behind the scenes, which I do have on the side of the screen there. But it looks like the highest winds looking at radar here, I'm going to probe it, still between 50 and 60 miles per hour near the Vandercook Lake and Clark Lake areas. That will be moving in Napoleon and Norvell and Brooklyn over the next few minutes. The good news is not only do we get lower scan data from the southwest Wayne County radar, scans also come in just a touch faster generally than the regular NextRad radars, so that's also a good thing. But again, the highest winds are continuing near the Clark Lake area and will be in the Napoleon area within the next couple of minutes, if not already. So, in Michigan Center, you're still seeing not quite as severe wind, but still some gusty winds there in the Michigan Center area up towards the Roots area Not quite as significant as southern Jackson County, but still the heavier downpours, still the frequent cloud to ground lightning. You still want to be inside regardless. Does look like I will pass along another update. In fact, I'll just go to Detroit radar, kind of back out. I will pass along another update for those of you in Branch, Cass, Hillsdale, and St. Joseph counties, so our state line counties. The National Weather Service in northern Indiana has canceled the severe thunderstorm watch, so that removes our state line counties in our coverage area from a severe weather threat. In fact, really, our severe weather threat at this point is focused on Jackson County. Once we get that storm out of here, we'll be able to wrap things up for tonight. So, okay. So we do continue with our one severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County, and then we'll be able to be done for the evening in terms of severe weather. Taking a look at Detroit radar, heavy rainfall in Sandstone, Jackson areas, Liberty area. Looks like we're starting to get on the backside of it. Leone, Napoleon, and Brooklyn. You're going to get into it in the next few minutes, if not already. Then looks like once we get that through the county, we'll be done. So just bear with us a little bit longer. Let's get this storm through Jackson County, then we can be done in terms of severe weather for tonight. But we'll go to the Grand Rapids radar, just take a general reset of the situation. Again, we are focusing on Jackson County, and once you get west of there, west of US 127, your severe threat's done. We do have some leftover shower. You will still hear some thunder, particularly near the 127 corridor at this point, even once the heaviest of the storm passes. We do have some lightning behind these storms in the stratiform rain, so just something to be aware of, particularly in the Lansing area and into Jackson as the storms leave. You'll still have crowd cloud lightning potential, so you'll still want to remain inside. Outside of that, we do have some shower activity ongoing. They are updating our severe thunderstorm warning. They have released pretty much east of near and west of 127. You are pretty much done, at least from the strongest part of this storm. But it looks like the strongest part of this storm is now heading to southeastern Jackson County, so the Leone, Napoleon, and Brooklyn areas. This is looking at the Grand Rapids radar. But if you're in the Sandstone and Jackson area, although the severe portion of the storm's passing, you still have torrential rainfall and frequent lightning continuing, and maybe still some gustier winds, although unlikely to be severe limit at this point in Jackson proper. But if you're in southeast Jackson County, particularly the Leone, Napoleon, and Brooklyn areas, we do continue to see potential for damaging winds. Let's go to the airport radar again, take a look there. The strongest winds are heading into the Napoleon area as we speak. I will say colors, they have backed off ever so slightly, but still 40 to 50 plus mile per hour winds being indicated. We are getting a little bit lower on radar as well. However, these radar scans, and I am still seeing outages pop up from time to time as well, particularly right now near the Horton area. In fact, I'll just take the outage map full again real quick. We are continuing to show some outages in the Horton area near South Jackson, an isolated outage. And then over towards the Hillsdale, Lenawee County line. We were showing an outage there in that area near Somerset. We do have an outage being indicated there per the Consumers Energy outage map, and then also another outage near the Jerome area as well. So again, I do think on radar this might be backing off ever so slightly. However, as we go back to radar, anyway, there we go. But while this might be backing off ever so slightly, we still do have 40 to 50, possibly 60 mile an hour winds potential continuing southeast Jackson County at least for the next 10-20 minutes. I do think once we get this out of the county in the next 10 to 20 minutes, we'll likely be done with severe weather potential. But Just bear with us for the next little bit. Let the storm get out of here, and we'll be able to kind of wrap things up. So, Napoleon, Brooklyn, over towards Leone and Grass Lake. You do want to be remaining in that sturdy building, preferably on the lowest floor, away from those windows. Let these storms pass, and then you can kind of go back to your activities, what you're doing. But for right now, just kind of take it safe. Be inside away from those windows, preferably. Let's go to reflectivity. I'll go to Detroit radar. It does a little bit better job on the reflectivity side. And it looks like we do continue from the Leone through the Napoleon areas. Outside of the damaging winds, also torrential rainfall and frequent cloud ground lightning. Outside of that, I'll take a general look again across the entire area. And that's about it in terms of severe potential locally, is that portion of southeast Jackson County. Outside of that, you will still hear some rain and thunder behind these storms for a little bit as a stratoform moves through. And then outside of that, I don't think we're going to be seeing much more than isolated shower activity. Maybe still a rumble of thunder or two, but I do think we're done with the severe weather threat from this point on. This is outside of our coverage area, but I will mention it anyway, particularly for our Southeast Michigan viewers that might still be watching. Washtenaw County is now under a severe thunderstorm warning. That goes until 9 o'clock this evening for all of Washtenaw County for the continued potential 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, if you're in the Ann Arbor area, some locations closer to our coverage area, the Linden Township area, Chelsea, the Sylvan Township, Sharon Township, over towards the Manchester area. There's some locations a bit closer to our coverage area, and then east into the Ann Arbor area, over towards the Ypsilanti. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now until 9 o'clock for the continued potential of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So those of you that may have people in the Washtenaw County area, or if you happen to be watching still, just be aware you're now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Now is the time to get indoors, preferably in that sturdy structure, away from windows on the lowest floor. Let these storms work through over the next hour. But we'll take a look once again at velocity. This is from the Detroit radar. I will say it's not quite as impressive as it was earlier. That does not mean the winds are still not ongoing. It's just that they might be a little bit towards the 50-mile-an-hour side, 50 to 60-mile-per-hour side as they continue to move through. The Napoleon area, you're kind of in the thick of it right now. Brooklyn, the Leone area. I will say, I don't want to completely jinx it yet, but I don't have any new outages popping up on the outage map, at least over the last few minutes. That is a little bit of a good sign. Does not mean the winds are still not strong, just that they might not be quite as intense as it was earlier. But still, over the next few minutes in southeastern Jackson County, continue to remain inside. Let these storms work through. I will look at it from the Detroit radar, and Detroit radar is still the next rad, I should say, up in Wright Lake, and we are still seeing some gustier wind potential over the next few minutes into crossing southeastern Jackson County. We'll be into Washtenaw County over the next 10 minutes or so and out of our coverage area. So we'll go back to reflectivity, and I will loop this, just kind of show how it's been trending. And I do agree that overall it's taken a little bit less of an organized shape as it was. However, we still do have that little bit of a bowing shape near the Leone area, east of the Leone area heading towards the county line, south of the Waterloo Village area and Waterloo State Recreation area. But again, we do have a little bit of a bowing shape still, and that is the wind pushing the rain. Try to illustrate that. Kind of the rear inflow from the storm pushes the rain out ahead of it. And then therefore, that's how you get the damaging winds, is when that happens. So, again, that bowing shape is being indicated east of the Leone area. generally towards the county line. So I am we are seeing some in the YouTube chat. Hello there, thanks for tuning in. Good team up with Michigan Storm Chasers. They also forecast weather from Michigan. I will agree they are a good group of guys over there. And as this crosses over in the southeast lower and then out of our coverage area, I do recommend honestly going over to them for continued coverage. As this leaves the West Michigan weather coverage area, they do a great job statewide. So as we get off the area here, as we get off this stream here, once the warning expires for Jackson County, or at least as the strongest part of this storm gets out of here, I do recommend going over to Michigan Storm Chasers for continued coverage. So, but again, for the next few minutes at least, we do continue with a severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Jackson County, although I do think the strongest portion of this storm over the next few minutes will be crossing over into Washtenaw County and out of our coverage area. And looking at the terminal Doppler velocity, I'm still seeing a pocket of stronger winds at pretty much at the county line at this point, near the east of the Grass Lake area, pretty much at the state line as we speak. This is not the state line, the county line, excuse me. Been a long day here, but it's pretty much along the county line is where our strongest winds at this point, and it will be crossing into Washtenaw County over the next few minutes. But still, looking at radar, if you're still in, a bit out of date there we go. But if you're still in the Jackson area, looks like the strongest part, the heaviest rain's now pushing to your east. But the Leone area along I-94, between Jackson and the county line, I would still stay off the road, at least for the next, give it 20 minutes to a half hour, let these storms get out of here. If you're not seeing intense wind, you're definitely seeing intense torrential rainfall and frequent lightning, so not really a good time to drive right now across southeastern Jackson County, especially I-94 there. Just give it, again, that 10-20 minutes, let it cross out of the area, and then you can go back to your normal evening out there. We're going to take another look. Still, fortunately, I'm not seeing much in the way of outages in southeastern Jackson County at this time, which is good news. Hopefully that means the strongest winds may have backed off, at least temporarily. But that does not mean let your guard down in the Washtenaw County especially. You could still see some gusty to damaging winds. Just saying that we haven't seen power outages pop up in the last few minutes looking at the consumer's map. So that tells me that it might be backing off ever so slightly. They did update the severe thunderstorm warning for now a very small section of Jackson County for the next 10 minutes or so. East central Jackson County. 802 severe thunderstorm is located near Grass Lake, or 6 miles to the west of Chelsea, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. I'll be honest at this point, I do think the strongest portion of this storm is in the Washtenaw County. However, in the Grass Lake area, over towards the Waterloo State Recreation area, and towards the Trist area, you'll still want to be inside, if for no other reason the torrential rainfall and frequent cloud-to-ground lightning. And same goes, to be honest, for eastern Jackson County, although the worst of it is passing off to the east at this point. We'll go to the terminal radar real quick just to confirm. And yeah, I do think the highest winds at this point are out of the county into Washtenaw County. So, but still, do remain inside for the next 10 minutes across southeastern, well, east central at this point, Jackson County. So, given at this point that the strongest part of that storm is heading out of Jackson County, we're going to take one more reset of the situation, and then we'll probably start scaling back coverage given that the strongest part of that storm is heading into Washtenaw County over the next few minutes. We're going to go ahead and just take one more reset. So Again, those storms in eastern Jackson County, those will push out of here over the next 10 to 20 minutes. Outside of that, we do have some shower activity with occasional lightning still in the Lansing area towards Jackson. Pretty much along the 127 corridor, we're still seeing some residual lightning and the stratiform rain behind these storms. Outside of that, we do continue with a flood advisory, as a matter of fact, for Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties until midnight tonight. Although that may end up being allowed to expire or canceled early. You'll see what happens. Just depends on how long it takes for the water to get out of there from any flooding that might have to happen. We'll go to storm total precip, and we are indicating between 1 to 2 up to over 3 inches of rain being indicated by radar. The area. Okay, so not exactly sure where that is. Can you clarify? Just me in chat. But again, we do continue flood advisory mainly because of the very, very heavy rainfall, especially north of 94. But pretty much along and north of 94 there. In Kalamazoo and Calhoun counties, we've had very heavy rainfall in a short period of time. So there still may be residual flooding, even though the heaviest of the rain is moving out. Still some residual flooding. So if you do encounter any flooded roadways, particularly in that area, do continue to turn around, don't drown, just find an alternative route. Hopefully the drainage systems will get that cleared, the flooding cleared out in relatively short order. Outside of that, we do have an isolated shower, heavier shower, heading towards the South Haven area at this point. That is unlikely to be severe, but just some heavier downpours cannot be ruled out for a brief time near the South Haven area over the next half hour as that moves in. Going to composite, we do have additional showers. Actually, we'll go to the Green Bay radar. We do have additional showers and thunderstorms moving across on Lake Michigan that will be heading into our northwestern areas with time if they hold together. So that'll be like the Ludington area over towards Hart and whatnot. Some additional shower and thunderstorm activity as I'm going, but this is unlikely to be severe at this point, as we head towards sunset. We'll be losing the daytime heating and instability, and then it'll just generally become, I believe at this point, it'll be more rainmakers more than anything, which we're still watching behind the scenes just in case, but I do think the severe threat with that is rather low at this point. So other than that, one more time looking at the severe thunderstorm warning. Airport radar. You can kind of see how it's kind of curling in on itself. Might be a little bit hard to tell, but see how it's kind of curling in on itself there near the Leone area. A little bit of a Vulcan signature. So you could still get some locally gusty winds there, unlikely to be severe at this point though. In fact, not really seeing anything much on the terminal radar, but still at least some torrential downpours. But at this point, looking at the Detroit radar, the highest winds are now into Washtenaw County. So, with that being true, you'll still see some downpours along 94 over the next 2 minutes, but I would imagine they're going to be letting this warning expire. So, with the strongest portion of the storm being into Washtenaw County and out of our coverage area, we're going to go ahead and kind of scale back severe weather coverage at this time. For those of you that, especially south of 96, if you do have storm damage or flooding reports or anything of that nature to send along to us, even rainfall reports, you can feel free to do so. You can do that to us by posting to our social media pages, or we also have a website to where we can do so. That is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. Again, that is www.westmichiganweather.net/report. that is where we can that is where you can submit those storm reports. We will see them and pass them along to our friends at the National Weather Service. You can also, if you also want to, this is completely optional. We will never require it for severe weather coverage, but we also have an option where you can donate and support our operations here at West Michigan Weather. That link is going to be www.westmichiganweather.net/donate. Again, that is www.westmichiganweather.net/donate. Again, completely optional, but if you do want to help support our operations here at West Michigan Weather, that is greatly appreciated. Please do feel free to like and share our channels, our pages on social media. Subscribe to us on YouTube, and so you can be notified from when we go live in the future. And same goes for X, Facebook, and other platforms that we stream on. I know Facebook is a little bit more difficult with it, but and then we also are on Twitch as well. This was a recent development. Twitch, if you want to go follow us over there as well, there's another platform we are now live on as well. So, with that said, I am going to pass along the update before we do go here. They are allowing the severe thunderstorm warning for Jackson County to expire. Severe thunderstorm warning that was in effect for that small portion of east central Jackson County will expire at 8:15. The storm has moved out of the area, therefore the warning will be expired for Jackson County. And with that, I do believe the severe weather threat is done for the evening across West Michigan. So feel free to just if you're tired, want to go to bed or get ready to go to bed or something like that, feel free to do so at this point. You still might see some rain, you still might hear a rumble of thunder or two tonight, but the severe weather threat is over for West Michigan this evening. Anyways, I'll go ahead and sign off here on the stream here. So this is Jacob Melton, live here with West Michigan Weather. Thank you for tuning in with us this evening and bearing with us, and I will talk to you guys later. Bye for now.